ongea na ongea na wale wako pale.
I can see.
Tasoma na
Ya, lakini namba taipandi yetu ni
Good morning, all. On behalf of the Office of the Chief of Staff and Head of the Public Service, the State Department for Environment and Climate Change, and the State Department for Forestry, and our 5 sagas, I warmly welcome all participants to this consultative virtual meeting between the Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service and the leadership of the State Department for Environment and Climate Change and the State Department for Forestry. To begin, I invite Mr. Peterson Maina to lead us in the opening prayer.
Thank you, Chair. I hope I can be heard. My prayer this morning will be premised on the book of the Bible, Romans chapter 13 and verse 1, that guides on a single statement. Let everyone be subject to the governing authorities, for there is no authority except that which God has established. The authorities that exist have been established by God. But I pray, Heavenly Father, we come before you with gratitude for the nation of Kenya, recognizing that you are the ultimate ruler over all nations. We lift up the government of Kenya into your able hands, from the executive to the legislature and to the judiciary. Lord, we pray against any spirit of division, conflict, or blame games within the government. We ask that you harmonize the operations of the 3 arms of government. May the president, his deputy, cabinet secretaries, and their principal secretaries, governors, and even legislators work together with common purpose to serve the people of Kenya. We ask for a spirit of wisdom, knowledge, and understanding to rest upon us all. For purposes of this undertaking, O God, I praise the entire public service that is a pillar of the 3 arms of government under your feet. Let the decisions that will bring economic stability, lower the cost of living, and create opportunities for all Kenyans prevail. Guide the Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service in his quest to effectively coordinate the entire team for delivery of service and the execution of the national vision. Let your spirit be with him all the times, even when there are challenges. We declare that Kenya is blessed, favored, and preserved. May peace, love, and unity reign across all tribes and communities. Surround our leaders and public servants with a council that has the best interest of the nation. Help us as citizens to work together with our leaders, supporting good initiatives, and to be people who pray for our nation's progress. We commit the future of Kenya to you, trusting that you'll always heal our land and bring prosperity. And now we declare that we will conduct this meeting with love, wisdom, understanding, and correct interpretation of the issues before us through your own coordination. In Jesus' name we pray and believe. All of us say, Amen.
Thank you, my brother Peterson, for the opening prayer. Allow me now to acknowledge the presence of our chief guest, the Chief of Staff and the Head of the Public Service. Also present are our 2 Principal Secretary, State Department for Environment and Climate Change, Dr. Engineer Festus Ngeno, and the Principal Secretary, State Department for Forestry, Mr. Gitonga Mugambi, and the Principal Administrative Secretary, Executive Office of the President, Mr. Arthur Osia, our Chairman and Board members, and the CEOs of our 5 sagas, other senior officers from the Office of the Chief of Staff and Head of the Public Service, the State Department for Environment and Climate Change, the State Department for Forestry, and all our 5 sagas, distinguished officers from across government, and we reserve a very special welcome to each one of you, our invited participants who have logged into the meeting from across all the length and breadth of this country, whether individual or in groups. To ensure a smooth meeting, kindly observe the following protocols. Self-introduction. Kindly introduce yourself in the chat section by indicating your name, your designation, your station or county. Please list where seated in groups. This is a Zoom webinar that has been extended to YouTube. You will note that this meeting is being held in a webinar format and all participant microphones are currently switched off. For those who may wish to speak during the plenary session, kindly raise your hand, after which our technical team will enable your microphone. Participants are directed to use the Q&A function for questions that require responses during the session. The chat section should primarily be used for introduction and brief comments. Please note that all material, including the PowerPoint presentations made, the recording of this meeting, as well as the speeches made by the chief guest and keynote speakers, will be shared in your individual email that you have provided. You can also follow us on social media pages as follows. Felix Koskei on Facebook, X, and TikTok. You need to spell the name Koskei, K-O-S-K-E-I. You can also follow on the Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service on YouTube channel. You can also send your pictures of you following the consultative meeting, whether alone or in groups, to WhatsApp number 0722 229 229. I repeat again, you can send your pictures of you following this consultative meeting, whether alone or in groups, to WhatsApp number 0722 229 229. We will now proceed with the program. To begin, I invite Mr. Arthur Osia, CBS, Principal Administrative Secretary in the Executive Office of the President, to deliver his welcome remarks. Karibu Afande Osia.
Thank you very much. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are loud and clear.
Our chief guest, the Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service, the Principal Secretary, State Department for Environment and Climate Change, Dr. Engineer Festus Ngeno, the Principal Secretary, State Department of Forestry, Mr. Gitonga Mugambi, all chairpersons of boards, members of boards, CEOs of institutions within state departments, senior officials and staff from the State Department for Environment and Climate Change and the State Department of Forestry, senior officials and staff from the state departments, all distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Arthur Osia. I'm the Principal Administrative Secretary, Executive Office of the President. And allow me to make a few remarks And in the program, it indicates after my remarks, I'm supposed to invite the principal secretaries to make their remarks accordingly, but there'll be a small delay on the part of PSS and the head of public service. So we will proceed with an adjusted program, and therefore allow me to extend a very warm welcome to all of you this morning in this engagement, which brings together leadership and staff across all cadres within Kenya's climate, environment, and forestry ecosystem. This session forms part of the ongoing series of structured and consultative engagements across the public service. The Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service has been undertaking a deliberate and well-coordinated program of engagements aimed at strengthening coherence, reinforcing unity of purpose, and sharpening strategic focus across the entire public service. These engagements are anchored within the broader revitalization and re-energization agenda, a flagship reform initiative designed to consolidate gains made, deepen institutional alignment, and renew our collective commitment to disciplined, ethical, and results-driven service delivery. While this reform agenda spans the entire public service, it is recognized that different sectors face distinct operational realities. Accordingly, tailored engagements such as this are necessary to ensure that sector-specific challenges are addressed and that performance improvements are both measurable and sustainable. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to report that under the stewardship of the Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service, this reform agenda has gained significant traction across government. Extensive engagements have already been undertaken across multiple sectors with encouraging levels of uptake and alignments emerging. This office has held consultations with the following: all regulatory authorities and agencies, all the leaderships of public universities, including chancellors, vice chancellors, council members, deans, and registrars, all leaderships of all technical and vocational education and training institutions, including chairpersons of councils and boards, principals, deputy principals, and heads of departments, all heads of human resource function across the public service, all public finance management officers, including heads of internal unit, finance officers, accountants, and procurement officers, all public officers of all cadres across duty stations, both within and outside the borders of our country, all leaderships of research institutions with a consistent message conveyed, all national government administration officers, NGAO, all the leaderships of our public primary and secondary schools, all staff across all cadres in the health sector, drawn from both national and county governments and representing the entire country, all staff across all cadres in the water and sanitation sector, drawn from both the national and county governments, and of course representing the entire country. All staff of all cadres within the security ecosystem, including the National Police Service. Within the course of this week, the Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service will extend these sectoral engagements to professionals across the roads, transport, energy, and land sectors. Today's focus on the State Department for Environment and Climate Change, the State Department for Forestry, and all institutions under it is extremely important given the critical role these institutions play as citizen-focused entities. In this regard, our environment and climate change and forestry sectors must function effectively and set the standards for all other sectors. This is particularly critical given what is at stake, as these institutions are at the forefront of safeguarding our natural resources, supporting livelihoods, and securing a sustainable future for present and future generations. The ultimate objective is clear: to ensure that this revitalization and re-energization agenda permeates every level of our governance and reaches every corner of the Republic, embedding a culture of accountability, discipline, professionalism, and results-oriented service delivery throughout the public service architecture. Above all, we must ensure that our efforts translate into a lived and felt experience for our citizens. The people of Kenya must experience a public service that is responsive, efficient, compassionate, and firmly aligned to their needs and aspirations. I therefore urge each one of us to take personal responsibility in cascading this message within our respective institutions. We must have additional separate meetings convened by the leaderships of our state departments and institutions. The conversation and feedback sessions must continue at every level until the transformation we seek becomes visible, tangible, and undeniable. With those few remarks, I urge the principal secretaries just to hold on. We will bring you to make your remarks shortly, but for now, I want to take the program back to Dr. Linda Musumba. Welcome, Musumba.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much for bringing it to the attention of participants, the work that has been going on in relation to this very, very important program that the Chief of Staff and Head of the Public Service has been running. And we just want to be able to welcome everybody who's in this meeting. And sir, if you permit, I'd like to be able to just mention a few of the people that I can see already logged into this meeting. I can see the Kieni Forest Station team, including IP Mercy Chelangat, Sergeant Patricia Lunza, Corporal Vincent Nirangu, and I also in that group seated together, there is Forest Rangers Tabitha Mudhoni, Paris Nduta, Daniel Kuyo, Eddie Okoth, Mwinyi Alfan, Cheriot Fred, and Ebenezer King. We see you, Effie Achieng Ojuang. You haven't stated where you are located. We see you, Ranger Raphael Odhiambo from the Kenya Forest Service, RFC Mau. We also see you, Dixon Ngugi Kimathi, Shamanek Forest Station. We see you, Rose Kigera, Forester 2, and Johnson Anyumba, Forester 2. You also haven't stated where you're logged in from. You'll remember that you were initially told by Mr. Meso that when you are registering, you need to be able to state your name, your designation, and where you are, your duty station, as well as the county where you're from. That's very important. And where you're seated as groups, of course, to be able to write down the details of, all of you who are there so that we are able to, register the same. Now, my apologies. Alex, if you can hear me, can you please just proceed as I sort?
You're right, Dr. We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. But somehow I've lost my screen. Could you kindly just, proceed as I sort out my screen, please? And then you could also call out Collins to be able to make his presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. At this point, allow me to call Collins Kiprono to make his presentation. Karibu, Collins.
Thank you very much. The Chief of Staff and the Head of Public Service, the PS is present. That is the PS Environment and Climate Change and the PS Forestry, the Principal Administrative Secretary at Executive Office of the President, distinguished participants, colleagues from the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry. Good morning. It is my honor on behalf of the Office of the Chief of Staff and the Head of Public Service to make this context presentation before we can start this engagement. Kichamo Duncan, perhaps you can project my presentation I've sent to the both of you. My presentation is made from an institutional perspective of the Office of the Chief of Staff and the Head of Public Service and the role it plays in terms of support, the organization, coordination, effectiveness, and execution of the constitutional responsibility of the president to be able to direct and to be able to coordinate the functions of the different ministries, state departments, and all the government departments, basically. And for us to be able to appreciate and understand this, we need to delve into what is the anchorage of the establishment of this office. And for us to be able to be able to understand and appreciate this, we need to look at the Constitution together with the National Government Coordination Act. Under the National Government Coordination Act, Section 7, with particular emphasis to Section 7, it establishes the Office of the Head of Public Service, who shall double up as the Chief of Staff to the President. And when you go further, under Executive Order number 1 of 2025, it gives the operational expression to the functions espoused in both the National Government Coordination Act and the Constitution. And in that executive order, it provides for 8 functions of the Office of the Chief of Staff and the Head of Public Service. But for the purpose of this engagement, however, I will just focus on 6 of those functions, being the ones that are most directly connected to the 4 thematic areas of today's engagement, which is the issue of the constitutional values and principles within the public service, the legal compliance that appertains it, the performance and efficiency and delivery of quality and timely services being rendered to the public. Now, when you look at the screen, we've been able to project those 6 functions that I'm talking about. And when you look at the first function of the Office of the Chief of Staff and the Head of Public Service, this office serves as the administrative head of the Executive Office of the President. This is expressly provided under Section 7 of the National Coordination Act, as I stated earlier. In that capacity, this office sits at the administrative center of the presidency and supports the orderly functioning of the Executive Office of the President. The second function, as you can see on the screen, is the overarching mandate over all public entities. This is a high-level coordination and stewardship role across the entire public service and all the public entities as well. And when you look at the definition of public entities, these are entities that utilize resources that are expended by the public, and they do procurement and keep records on behalf of the public. And with that alone, colleagues, you notice that we sit squarely within the definition of what a public entity is. So on behalf of the president, the chief of staff and the head of public service secures the proper organization and functioning of government business. This office supports the president in facilitating the organization and execution of government business and provides the element of coordination at the highest administrative and public service. In that sense, colleagues, it helps coherence, it helps the issue of alignment and orderly functioning across ministries, state department, and all public institutions. When you go to the third function, the chief of staff and the head of public service ensures that there is promotion of ethics, good governance, efficiency, effectiveness in the provision of public services through the deployment of the appropriate skills, values, and leadership. This is one of the most important public service dimension of this office, as it places this office at the center of efforts to strengthen the aspects of integrity, to strengthen the aspect of leadership, and to strengthen the competence in the execution of discipline in the public administration. Colleagues, you notice these are shared responsibility that the chief of staff and the head of public service performs in conjunction with the different enabling entities under the law. That is the different boards, the different heads of HR, the Public Service Commission, and all other institutions that are established as per the law. When you go to the fourth function of the chief of staff and the head of public service, is to transmit the executive directives, orders, and presidential proclamations to the different ministries, to the different state organs, state departments, agencies and this is done for their information, for the implementation and the necessary action. We notice that even for our different entities, we receive different circulars that when government is communicating, because government communicates by way of circulars. We receive circulars from the Ministry of Environment, we receive circulars from the National Treasury, from the State Law Office, from the Public Service Commission, from the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, when they need to communicate a directive or when they need to communicate an area where further clarity needs to be delved on. And this is a very important and critical aspect, because it ensures that services are rendered within the public service in a manner that links the presidential directions to institution, and a follow-through is able to happen within government. It's one of the practical ways through which the executive is able to translate its authority into an administrative action, so that once it is stated, be it from the cabinet, be it from the president, the same is cascaded and translated into action, so that it's not just said in vain. When you go to the fifth function, colleagues, the chief of staff and the head of public service issues and transmits policy and administrative advisories, including circulars to the public service, as it may originate from the executive office of the president. We notice that there are circulars that are done on behalf of the president, because, colleagues, remember, the chief of staff and the head of public service does not have a pen or a mouth of his own. He only communicates or speaks on behalf of the president. This is a familiar and important administrative tool through which circulars, advisories, this office issues guidance. It ensures there's a standardization of practice and communicates policy directions, and ensures that there is coherence in the implementation across public service on the communication that comes from the president himself. When you go to the sixth function, this speaks to the rest of the functions that I've spoken to, which is to provide stewardship for the general efficiency and coordination and the effectiveness of the public service. The official public service administrative materials describe the office, that is the enabling instrument, as being responsible for the general efficiency of the public service, the coordination of the activities of the public servants, and overall organization of the entire public service. And in practical terms, this places this office within the chain of responsibility for ensuring the public administration functions are done effectively, they are done coherently, and in a manner that is results oriented. And by results oriented, we mean that is citizen centric, so that mwananchi is content with the services being rendered to them, because they are our number one client and premium should be put to them. And that is why we are actually conducting this webinar. When you go to the next slide, I'll be speaking now to the context to this particular meeting. And these functions that I've just stated above are relevant to this engagement as the administrative leadership. Please move to the next slide. As the administrative leadership speaks to the institutional order and lawful administration. The coordination of government business speaks to the aspect of performance, it speaks to the aspect of coherence, it speaks to the aspect of execution discipline, which is key and it is required. And while at the same time, the aspect of promotion of good governance speaks to the constitutional values and speaks to the principles of the public service, as espoused under Article 232, Article 10. I'll be speaking to it in my next slide. And equally, the aspect of transmission of directives and circulars speaks to the aspects of clarity, consistency, and timely implementation. And the aspect of responsibility for overall effectiveness speaks to the central aspect or the question which we need to ponder before this engagement on whether public institutions are functioning in a way that it delivers lawful, it delivers efficient, and citizen-centric results. Colleagues, it is from this backdrop and through the stewardship of this office, we are doing an engagement with the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change, and Forestry. Under Executive Order number 1 of 2025, this ministry is structured into two state departments, that is the State Department for Forestry and Climate Change and the State Department for Forestry, with our huge array of portfolio ranging from environment policy and management. The person moving the slides, please, we are on the second slide, so, for people to be able to follow. It has a huge array of functions from environment policy and management, as I've stated, to the issue of climate change and policy, to the issue of the promotion of the low carbon technology, watershed and wetlands, all the way to timber harvesting and trade, and together with the critical pillar under this regime, that is the National Tree Growing and Restoration Campaign, that is being championed by the President himself and being coordinated by the ministry together with the Office of the Chief of Staff and the Head of Public Service. So it is one of the key portfolios that it was set out under these regimes' promises to the people. Now, we go to the next slide. So I'll be speaking to the three thematic areas that I had stated earlier, and number one being the implementation of the constitutional values and principles and the public service. This is the first thematic area that forms the agenda of this meeting. And to this fold, we'll be talking to the issues of the constitutional values and principles within the architecture of the public service. And with this, we'll be looking at the particular dictates of the Constitution as espoused under Article 10, Article 242, Article 232, and Article 69. And when you go to Article 42, because that is the one that is most relevant, it guarantees every person the right to a clean and healthy environment. When you go further to Article 69, it requires that all state agencies shall put in mechanisms that guarantees a sustainable exploitation, utilization, and management and conservation of the environment and natural resources. And this is done with an encouragement, with a limb of public participation. We understand that the state law office is in the process of finalizing the bill that would now breathe light on the 4 pillars of public participation, but it is a constitutional expectation that while we are undertaking the mandate under Article 69, this shall be done in consultation with the owners of the country, who are the public. So while conducting the environment management, it is expected that we do this being alive of what is expected of us under the public participation. The other constitutional expectation is, of course, Article 10, which binds the public institutions to the national values and national values and principles that expects us to uphold the rule of law, expects us to have integrity, transparency, and accountability while discharging our mandate. When you go further to Article 232, it speaks to the principles of the public service that while undertaking the same, we're expected to do it with the highest standards, professional standards possible in an efficient manner, and the economic and prudent utilization of the resources that are available to us. And we should be able again to respond to the needs of the public in an equitable way while delivering the service to them. Equally, and Article 47 expects that the administrative action that Article 47, read together with the Fair Administrative Act, expects that while we are rendering our services, it should be in an expeditious manner, it should be efficient, and it should be lawful and procedurally fair. When you go to the second thematic area, I've laid context to the law. So when you so these constitutional duties are enforced, of course, in statute. Before I forget, these statutes are a wide array, from our enabling statute, which is NEMCA, together with the Public Service Values and Principles Act, which now breathes light to Article 232 and Article 10 and the rest of them. So in practical terms, this means that the ministry must not only uphold its mandate that is on paper, but it must also exercise its mandate in a manner that is lawful, in a manner that is transparent, in a manner that is accountable and visible, and it reflects these constitutional values. Please move to the next slide. The second thematic area is the improvement of the performance and efficiency to optimal levels. This area of improvement of performance and efficiency to public level is central, because this is now the intersection of the law, policy, and the institutional mandate that our entity being the environment space has.
Collins, if I may, we're trying to sort out the slides. Collins, we're trying to sort out the slides, and we shall bring you back on when we're able to move your slides. Apologies, we're not able to move your slides at the moment. So as we sort out the slides, I'd like to welcome the Principal Administrative Secretary in the Executive Office of the President to be able to come in and be able to take the program back to where we were supposed to have, presentations from our leaders. Pass, please.
Thank you, Linda. Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service, who's our chief guest this morning. PS Ngeno, PS Mogambi. Our chief guest, I've just given the background of this engagement. Did indicate the amount of work under your leadership that we've been able to engage across the public service. And sir, I now want to welcome PS Mugambi to make his remarks. Get on board PS Ngeno, who will in turn welcome you. Welcome, PS Mugambi.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sia, the park, and let me take this opportunity to welcome the chief of staff and the head of public service, principal secretary, environment and climate change, chairpersons, chief executive officers, heads of department, and all the colleagues who are currently participating in this meeting. Let me say that it is my honor to be in this meeting as we reflect on the performance, priorities, and the future direction of Kenya forestry sector, a sector that sits at the heart of our climate resilience, water security, and economic transformation agenda. Forests in Kenya are not merely ecological assets, they are economic infrastructure. They sustain our water towers, support agriculture and energy systems, provide livelihoods to millions of Kenyans, and anchor emerging green industries. Forests must therefore be understood as a national capital that underpins both environmental sustainability and economic growth. However, the reality before us is there. We continue to face persistent and structural challenges. This includes deforestation and forest degradation driven by human activities, climate change impact such as prolonged droughts, increasing demand for wood products that outpace supply, and the institutional constraints affecting enforcement, coordination, and data systems. At the same time, our response as a State Department is deliberate, structured, and firmly anchored in national priorities. First, we are accelerating the implementation of the 15 billion trees growing program, which is a rallying call from our head of state, the president of this country, which comes to address a lot of challenges within this sector. And we believe once this agenda is achieved, of which we are working on, and we assure the country that it will be achieved, a lot of challenges within this sector will be addressed. This is not just about planting trees, it is about growing trees, ensuring survival and delivering measurable ecological and economic outcomes. To date, over 1.4 billion seedlings have already been planted through our whole of government and the whole of society approach. Second, we are strengthening seed and seedling systems. Current production remains below national potential, and we are taking collective measures, including expansion of nursery expansion of tree nursery capacity, reimbursement of KFS and nurseries, and raising awareness to unlock private and community tree nurseries. Thirdly, we are enhancing planning and targeting through nationwide mapping. Over 2,600 planting sites covering more than 18,000 hectares have been identified to guide restoration efforts during key seasons such as the current long rains. Fourth, we are strengthening accountability and the delivery mechanism. Ministry, departments, and agencies are required to activate and scale up tree growing within their mandate, supported by performance tracking and leadership accountability through ecosystem adoptions. Fifth, we are leveraging existing national system to drive scale. This includes utilizing farmers' databases, grassroots administrative structures, and community mobilization frameworks to ensure that tree growing becomes a sustained national movement rather than a one-off activity. Sixth, we are investing in installation beyond forest. Our focus includes drylands, wetlands, riparian areas, community landscapes, and private farms, ensuring an holistic approach and a national landscape and ecosystem installation strategy 2023 to 2032. And the seventh, we are strengthening partnership. Delivery at this scale requires coordinated action across national and county government, development partners, private sector actors, research institutions, and communities. I would say that at the same time as we are doing this, we have quite a number of historical issues that we are addressing. We have people, communities living in forest. We have people who have encroached forest. And at the same time also, we have various illegal activities that historically have always been taking place in the forestry. At the same time, we are looking at the sustainability agenda, in which, for the first time in this sector, the head of public service, I would say that the country is having the biggest project to change the face of our forest, one of it being KEWASIP, which addresses the current situation of our forest with the view of ensuring that our forests are developed, as forests are reserved, and at the same time also conserving the same for the future. At the same time, as a sector, we are looking on the ways to ensure that KEFS is able to sustain itself through increased income. Activities are being aligned, are being reformed to ensure that, especially the current needs for this institution is met from within. The head of public service. Within the sector, we have carried quite a lot of legal reforms, in which, for the first time, I would say, under this administration, we have there's a forest policy in place and being implemented. At the same time, the sector is reviewing the Forest Management and Conservation Act, which as I'm talking to you, it is at the parliamentary stage, in which we expect it to be enacted within this quarter of the year. 8 regulations have been drafted, and they are at various stages of development, which also will give more credence to the forest management in this country. Having said this, we would say that at the same time also, the sector has developed quite a number of strategies, which are also meant to enhance the forest management in this country. And among them is the National Agroforestry Strategy of 2025-2035. And in it, to bring quite a number of benefits to the Kenyans, which among them include increased farmers' income through diversified products, that is timber, fruit, fodder, and others like firewood, enhance food security and climate resilience in farming activities. At the same time also, we have strategies like Babu National Strategy. We have strategy which we have also developed, especially to look at the prosopis management in this country. And at the same time, benefit, we have the commercial forestry strategy, which has already been developed, among many which are at various stages of development. So what I would say is that for the first time in this country, in this
Sorry, PS, we have lost you for a second. Apologies, the PS has dropped. They're trying to bring him back on session.
Dear participants, please give us a moment as we try to address the technical issues that we're experiencing at the moment. We'll be back in exactly 2 minutes. Just bear with us kindly as we try to address this. Collins Kiprono, could you kindly complete your presentation? As you are making it earlier, we shall come back to the program of the Principal Administrative Secretary as soon as we're able to address the technical issue that we're experiencing. Thank you.
Can I proceed? The PS can be heard. Can I proceed?
Collins, please complete your...
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. I was on the second theme for today's session. That is the improvement of the performance and efficiency to optimal levels. And even before we proceed, colleagues, I wish to pose a question. When we are undertaking our role, are the law, policy, and public resources translating into efficient performance into when we are rendering our services? This question is should be translated into a measurable environment results, and the performance in this sector should be able to be measured in terms of protection of forests, should be measured in terms of restoration of the enforcement of the landscapes which have been degraded, in terms of enforcement of the environment standards, management of wastes, and everything that pertains. And colleagues, when you look at the numbers in this on that particular aspect, I don't know if it can be heard.
Collins, we're hearing you.
Okay, sorry. So I'm saying, yes, when you look at the empirical data in this sector, the Kenya Forest Service states that the country aims to increase its national tree cover from about 12.13% to 21% in the next 5 years, towards now the broader goal of ensuring that we have 30% of tree cover by 2032. Equally, when you look at the NEMA reports that speaks to the issue of wastage, it says that Kenya generates about 22,000 tons of waste every day, with about 40% of this waste being within the urban settings, within the urban areas. And it projects that this will triple by 2030. So what are the initiatives that we are putting in place to be able to be ready? So that while we're talking about Singapore, we are ready to urbanize and we are ready to deal with the issues of today. And when you look again at the report of World Bank as projected, it also notes that more than 70% of the natural hazard disasters in Kenya is attributed to the extreme climate events. And with this, we do not need even to overemphasize on it because of the recent floods that we experienced as a country. All these were attributed to human interventions, the issues that we were doing. So, and the same can also be spoken about when it comes to the drought occurring roughly every 10 years or even less now due to the climate change. And this speaks to issues that we need to put initiatives as a ministry to ensuring that we are able to mitigate, so that we are not reactionary, but we are able to mitigate these issues before they happen. So we must be able to put measures which are visible rather, and we should be able to double up on the gains on restoration and stronger waste management systems, so that we have an faster environment enforcement that is proactive rather than reactionary, so that we have better climate preparedness and we have more disciplined institutions that are able to address these particular issues. I'll go to the next slide. Now, just before I go to the next, the last thematic area, we have an aspiration as a country that has been stated by none other than the president himself, and the chief of staff and the head of public service has emphasized on this particular point in the many webinars that we've had. It is that in our generation we'll be able to achieve Singapore standards, and Singapore is a metaphor in this instance. So this administration has clear sights in transforming Kenya into Singapore within our generation. And what would Singapore mean in the context of the environment space? It means that we build a public service that is disciplined, a public service that is efficient. The person who's moving the slide, please go to the next slide. A public service that is orderly and firmly focused on results. In the sector, this aspiration can be seen through cleaner public spaces. It can be seen through better protection of the natural resources and stronger climate resilient mechanism that we put in place, and institutions that are proactive, productive, and have visible outcomes. A useful example, colleagues, for us to be able to achieve Singapore standards is just two examples. Number one, in 2017, when there was a ban on plastic bags, this showed a very firm policy that enforcement can produce a cleaner public space. But have we done an audit in as far as this ban goes? Because you notice these are crippled back from our neighbor countries where plastic bags are still being brought within. Whereas in 2017, there was a very deliberate move to ensure that these are attained. The other example that we can use in our context in achieving this Singapore dream is the Karura forest regeneration, where there was a sustainable restoration and has increased the indigenous forest cover from the 25% to over 60% in a period of about 15 years. This has tackled the issue of previously degraded plantation areas and has restored the native species that are particularly found in this forest. The same can be stated about the forest in Meru, which is turning the clean and safe, well-managed public space that people can clearly see and appreciate. So those example, colleagues, show the environmental order that is not just abstract, but can be delivered through public institutions that act consistently and with discipline. And colleagues, we should remember that for us to be able to achieve this journey of Singapore, we must be able to fix the software. The president, while fixing the hardware that speaks to the brick and mortar from the roads to affordable housing, the chief of staff and the head of public service has put a lot of emphasis on fixing the culture change. This culture change speaks to the issue of fixing the software. Software is where now the interface of the public and us, being the public servants, meet. So that while the hardware might be working, without fixing of the software, nothing can be able to be achieved, and this dream of Singapore will still not be achievable. It will be a far-fetched dream. So all of us are very integral to fixing this journey of Singapore by coming together to fix this software. Go to the next slide. The third thematic area is the provision of the premier services to the public in a qualitative, in a quantitative, and in a timeously manner. This third thematic area speaks equally to the second one of provision of premier services to the public. This sector may not always be described as a service delivery terms, but it must be now going forward, because this is where the citizens interact directly. And they do this through interaction and expectation. And I spoke earlier to the constitutional dictates, where the citizens expect to have clean air, clean water, and where waste is collected and collected in an appropriate manner, so that the collection is not done by them being taken to the rivers, because it claws back on any gains towards cleaning the same. When the forest and water towers are not degraded, when floods and drought are not an expectation, when they are no longer a norm. Because you see, colleagues, we find ourselves in a situation where when Kenyans see rain, rather than the farmers getting excited that they can have a planting season, people in urban areas start getting scared of floods. And now floods have even gone to areas that did not even experience floods before. So what are we not getting wrong? What are we not getting right, rather? So that these rains that are supposed to be a blessing, because even from a religious perspective, rains are supposed to be a blessing. But now we are going to a situation where rains are being disastrous and they come to harm rather than come as a blessing. So when floods and drought destroy home and livelihoods, we are not rendering premier services to the citizens. When the environmental licensing citizens experience delays when they are applying for the licensing, these citizens are not experiencing premier services. When communities look for government for protection of ecosystem and natural resources, citizens expect this as a right. Colleagues, and remember we spoke about Article 76 of the Constitution together with 232 and Article 10. It is the expectation that we do this. This is not a favor that we are doing to the citizens. So service within this sector should be done in a timely manner. There should be credible enforcement and complaint handling. There should be visible landscape restoration. There should be practical support to the county government when we are undertaking this mandate. And there should be a reliable coordination during disasters, during environmental stress, like we had about a month ago. So the public does not experience environmental governance through policy documents alone. It experiences it through cleaner neighborhoods, safer ecosystems, reduced pollution, protected forests, as I've stated, institutions that are responsive when problems arise. And this sector, the service delivery is not just a secondary to policy. It is visible to the face of the policy. And there are 4 examples, as you can check on your screens, where there should be a standardization review for the environmental impact assessments, which should be 30 to 60 days, or it should be customized and the same should be visible to the public, so that when the public is coming for a service, they know that this service should be rendered within a period of time that is cast in stone. And when that is not rendered with that period of time, what are the complaint mechanisms that are in place for us, for the citizens to be able to churn out their complaints, so that they should be 48 to 72 hours response for the commitment of the complaints once the public is not satisfied. And we wish to confirm as an office through the leadership of the Chief of Staff and the Head of Public Service, we receive numerous complaints from the citizens, with letters being written to the Chief of Staff and the Head of Public Service and the President himself when these issues are not addressed. So we should be able to try and address the issues at our level so that they are not escalated by the citizenry, because we are working with a citizenry that is very enlightened, a citizenry that is woke. So there should be a revised fees when obtaining the EIA license, that is 0.1% of the project cost, and these fees should be known. While at the same time, these fees, there should not be any hidden fees in terms of ile kuambia mtu tupatane nyuma ya tent ndio ni harakishe. These fees should only be payable what is expected in the law, what is expected in the regulation, what is expected in our service charters. And these fees should just be it, without any additional that is expected from the Nyuma ya tent. So from the perspective of the Office of the Chief of Staff and the Head of Public Service, the key point for the ministry is that this cannot be viewed while undertaking their services. It cannot be in isolation. It must be part of one public ecosystem that is expected to uphold the constitutional values, that is expected to comply with the legal requirements, and perform these services in an efficient and deliverable manner that is visible when it comes to the results, that it should be results oriented for the interest of the public. So the role the Chief of Staff and the Head of Public Service is to help in the coordination and stewardship for the overall effectiveness through which work of the sector is done in a measured, achievable, and in an assessed standard. So in that sense, colleagues, this office ensures that we do it in a timely and coordinated manner. Go to the last slide that speaks to the conclusion. So in conclusion, colleagues, this engagement is important because it reminds us that environment governance is not just about policy, it's about the public service, so that we are able to achieve cleaner neighborhoods, we are able to achieve safer ecosystem, and we are able to achieve a responsive government. That this standard is against in which this sector must increasingly be measured from the perspective of the Office of the Chief of Staff with the effectiveness of this sector. So I think I've been able to lay context to this presentation. Thank you very much. We look forward to a very engaging and fruitful session ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Collins. And now I hand over back to the Principal Administrative Secretary to be able to welcome the PS. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Our chief guest, sorry for this technical hiccup. I think let me take this opportunity to welcome Mogambi to summarize his presentation and inviting Eno. Welcome, PS Mogambi.
Thank you so much, Mr. Asia. I'm sorry for the interruption that came around. We had a power failure within the building, but now it's back restored. And also to say that I was almost towards the end of my presentation when this happened. If I can just summarize and say that in this sector, forestry sector, we have serious historical issues that has undermined the status of our forest with time. To date, if you look at the Ngasetan forest ops, you'll find that the total area is 2.6 million hectares, of which, as I speak to you, I'm saying 400,000 hectares is seriously degraded. This degradation is as a result of various illegal activities over time within our forest. And this has really undermined the status of our forest, of which the current administration and us within this State Department, we are addressing and turning it around. The 15 billion tree planting agenda addresses this issue. And once we complete it, the degraded area will be completely restored. At the same time, by the time we complete the 15 billion trees, we will have gotten to the level of that percent tree cover from the current 12.13% cover. At this point, we know, of course, this degradation activities has not just happened by itself. It is out of human activities, of which, to some extent, formerly our staff have not also been very, very accountable in this area. And we will be calling upon them as we move forward to ensure that we don't ever go back to this not very good activities. At the same time, also, I just say that the current administration has given a lot of support to the forest sector in the sense that for the first time, we are having the biggest ever project to address this degradation issues in the forest. We have project like KEWASIP, which has just started. At the same time, also, we are reforming Kenya Forest Service to ensure that the trees that they could not sell before, they are able to sell, and they also harness other areas of income and be self-sustaining, especially on the current issue. So, having said that, and in order to ensure this is possible, at the same time, the State Department has carried quite a number of reforms in which the policy, that is the forest policy, is already in place, which has been done and achieved under this administration. And at this time, I want to say that this is the first time ever since we got independent to have a policy within the forest. Before, we were operating without any policy. At the same time, also, I would say the government is reviewing the Forest Management and Conservation Act in order to address the gaps that have led to this serious degradation and serious gaps in the sector. At the same time also, the sector has been able to come up with 8 regulations which are at various stages of development and a number of strategies. In total, we have been able to come up with over 10 strategies that defines this area, this sector, as we move forward. So for me, I would say that, yes, this is a sector which is very important for this country. It's a sector which is important for the economy of this country. It's a sector that can develop a lot of jobs. It's a sector that can bring a lot of wealth in this country. And we need to all of us, especially the people working who have been given the mandate to work in this sector, to be accountable and be effective in changing our duties. And we promise hopes that we'll do whatever it takes in order to achieve this. At this point, allow me just to thank you sincerely for convening this meeting. We don't take it for granted. It is the first time in this country where we are having the head of public service addressing all the workers in this country. I would urge my colleagues to know this is very important. And it has never happened again in the history of this country. This shows the seriousness in which the current administration takes the public service. And as such, having gotten there, let me take also this opportunity now to welcome my colleague, Mr. Engineer Ngeno, also to do his presentation. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you so much, PS Mugambi, my colleague, our chief guest, and head of public service, Honorable Felix Koske, my principal secretary, colleague, PS Mugambi, the past at other OSIA, chairman and board members of the various state corporations, the chief executive officers of state corporations, technical and administrative heads of various departments, all the regional county, sub-county forest conservators, all regional and county NEMA coordinators, and all the staff of the headquarters in the 2 state departments and the state corporations. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Your chief guest, I'm pleased to join you this morning in this consultative meeting between you yourself as the Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service and the State Department of Climate Change, Environment and Climate Change, and the State Department of Forests. On the onset, sir, allow me to, on behalf of the State Department of Environment and Climate Change and on my own behalf, to take this opportunity to express our sincere appreciation to you and to your office for convening this important and interactive consultative meeting. As my colleague PS Mugambi did indicate some few minutes ago, this is so historical and we do appreciate sincerely your role in this regard. The State Department of Environment and Climate Change acknowledges the continued guidance and coordination role played by the Office of the Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service in advancing the government priorities in this sector. And allow me, sir, to indicate that our agenda on climate change and environment has been taken from your office, and even His Excellency the President as the climate champion in Africa, and also being the chair of climate change, or chair of CHAOS, which is the chair of climate change of heads of states and governments on climate change matters at the UN, at the AU, and at the same time, sir, His Excellency the President being the champion on early warning for all initiative as given by the UN Secretary General. So those 2 roles, sir, are what really catapults us as a State Department and also as a ministry. And in this regard, allow me to reaffirm the State Department's commitment to delivering on the national government goals on environment and climate change action targets. Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service, on the strategic intents, allow me to indicate that the State Department implements its mandate as per the Executive Order number 1 of June 2025, and by focusing on the following key strategic intents: 1, enhancing environment and climate change governance and coordination; Secondly, by promoting conservation, protection, restoration, and management of wetlands. And thirdly, resource mobilization and partnership for climate change adaptation and mitigation. And the number 4 strategic intent is enhancing research and development in environment, climate change, and water information services. Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service, the State Department has aligned all its policies and projects and programs to the 3 commitments under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, including the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions by 32% by 2030, which is a bottom-up 3P solutions with a focus on people, planet, profit, and prioritization of solid waste management value chains. And to realize these aspirations, the State Department has developed a strategic plan for 2023-2027 to provide long-term strategic direction. It is noteworthy that our strategic plan for 2023-2027, the performance contracts and the annual work plans are all aligned to the priorities as set out by the government policy documents, namely the medium-term 4 plan 2023-2027 of the Kenya Vision 2030, the bottom-up economic transformation agenda PETA, and the UN Agenda 2030 on Sustainable Development Goals and the Africa Agenda 2063. Chief of Staff, the State Department has realized notable achievements on governance issues, namely sustainable waste management, restoration of degraded land, wetlands, modernization of meteorological services, and climate change mitigation and adaptation action plans. Allow me to also indicate, sir, with your support, and this is important, that the National Environment Management Authority are now implementing the Extended Producer Responsibility Program, which will enable NEMA to become sustainable on its own. And sir, this has been out of your support as directly from your office, and we truly appreciate that NEMA now are implementing the EPR regulations. Secondly, also to appreciate your office that we are transitioning the Kenya Meteorological Department to be the Kenya Meteorological Services Authority, and now as a state corporation, and we truly support, appreciate your office in that regard. We are now working with the Public Service Commission, working with the SCAC and the various committees to make sure that KMD now fully transition as a state corporation. Allow me also to indicate that the milestone that we did achieve this week we are privileged, sir, that we are sitting at the Green Climate Fund Board through the Director for Climate Change, and Kenya was privileged to be hosting the regional Green Climate Fund offices for region here in Kenya. So working together with the National Treasury and the State Department of Foreign Affairs, we've been able to galvanize that support, and we will be hosting the Green Climate Fund offices here in Kenya, which is a big milestone. The State Department, through these efforts, realized these major milestones on livelihoods and job creation to all Kenyans, and especially the youth. Having mentioned the various achievements, the State Department again faces quite a number of challenges on the implementation of the mandate, which include, of course, inadequate funding on budget cuts, climate change issues, which has already been elaborated, involving unpredictable weather patterns. We have got inadequate human capacity due to natural attrition and retirement, and especially this affects the Kenya Meteorological Services Authority now and the National Environment Management Authority. And also we have technological advancement or risks that are coming into place. And the biggest one, sir, is the litigation that impedes implementation of policies, projects, and programs. The DG NEM and myself will tell you that we have over 1,300 litigations affecting environment. Now that quite a number of Kenyans, or as it is said, Kenyans are very litigious. We have over 1,000 litigations touching on my role and the role of the Director General of NEMA. The State Department, sir, has made notable progress in strengthening compliance and continues to uphold commitment to achieving zero-fault compliance in its operations. However, the existence of historical and accumulated pending bills remains a significant challenge and continues to impact on financial management and service delivery. And so to address this, there is a need for adequate budgetary allocation, and we are working this closely with the National Treasury, but we will be calling also on your office to intervene, as well as timely disbursement to facilitate the clearance of pending bills in order to support the achievement of zero-fault audit compliance. And therefore, sir, as I draw to conclusion, allow me to make this request to you, as you have always supported us, as my colleague P.S. Mugambo did indicate, that we lobby for additional funding to enable the ministry in general to pay historical pending bills, renovate, work on the dilapidated infrastructure, especially as we transition KMD to be a state corporation. We secondly support the strengthening of all of government coordination and policy coherence on climate change across all the MDS. And lastly, to support in unlocking the bottlenecks in some of the project approvals that we are experiencing, and also the passage of a number of bills, regulations, and policies which are in Parliament. In conclusion, sir, allow me to mention that the State Department acknowledges that the emerging issues and challenges in environment and climate change subsector are all multisectoral in nature, and therefore it requires the whole of government, all of society approach. In this regard, the State Department has taken people and stakeholder-centered approach and is aligned to the PETA principle of bottom-up economic approach in service delivery to ensure the whole of society involvement in the implementation of the broad mandate. Thank you so much, and may God bless you. Allow me now to take back the program to pass. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much, Engineer Festus Ngeno. We now want to get back to one or two presentations which the head of public service is interested in sharing with us before we bring him on board. I therefore ask Linda to proceed and do the necessary. Linda.
Thank you, sir. And thank you to our PSs who have been able to highlight very critical and important things from their state departments, of which the Chief of Staff and Head of the Public Service will no doubt have taken note of. At this point, I want to remind us all in this meeting to remember that we need to introduce ourselves in the chat section, stating our names, our designations, our duty stations, and then also to state the county that we are communicating from. I also want to remind you that at the bottom of your screen, if you look at the bottom of your screen, you have some icons there. Principally, you have the icon for Q&A. Kindly use that icon for Q&A if you have any question you wish to ask, for which you require a response. We have a big team standing by from the state departments for Forestry, the State Department for Environment and Climate Change, to respond to your questions. And then we also have the chat section where you can also make comments. Comments for which, of course, you don't require an answer, but you just wish to express yourself. Please use that chat section accordingly. And then obviously there is the react button at the bottom there, which is for you to use when you feel you want to, you like something that has been said, you want to clap hands, you want to, whatever it is you want to do, please feel free to use that as well. Now, I also want to bring to your attention that all the materials that are being used or, in this session, the speeches that have been made by the principal secretaries, the speech that will be made by the Chief of Staff and Head of the Public Service, that which has been made by the Principal Administrative Secretary, Mr. Arthur Osia, all these will be sent to you at the email address that you used to register for this meeting. Also, we have our social media pages. The Chief of Staff and Head of the Public Service has got social media handles, and therefore you can be able to check him out using the word Felix Koskei, Koskei. You can be able to interact with him on X, on TikTok, and then be able to follow his YouTube page, which is a Chief of Staff and Head of the Public Service. No doubt the State Departments for Environment and Climate Change, as well as the State Department for Forestry, have social media pages and handles, and would appreciate those being pointed out when the various speakers come on from those particular state departments. And then also your pictures. As you sit together in groups, as you sit individually, you can send your selfies and those group photos to the telephone number that was read to you earlier, which is 0722 229 229. I'll repeat that, 0722 229 229. And this number will be repeated severally on the chat section so that you can be able to use it. And now I wish to be able to call upon the next speaker to be able to make their presentation. That is Mr. Tom Mirasi, who is the Director Planning, State Department for Environment and Climate Change. Karibu.
Okay.
Mr. Mirasi, you are on mute. Kindly unmute yourself so that you can proceed.
Thank you, Dr. Linda, Chief of Staff, Head of Public Service, Principal Secretary for Environment and Climate Change, Dr. Engineer Festus Ngeno, Principal Secretary for Forestry, Mr. Mugambi Gitonga, Principal Administrative Secretary, Mr. Arthur, and all protocol observed. Sir, allow me to present on behalf of State Department for Environment and Climate Change. Next slide. Next slide, please. Okay, so my presentation will rotate on mandate of the State Department. I'll share briefly on the vision, mission. Then we'll also talk about the semi-autonomous government agencies. Then the strategic directions. Then we'll also highlight on the milestones and the key achievement realized. And finally, we'll talk about the challenges and recommendations, which I think my peers has really emphasized. Next slide. So I'll not really deliberate on the mandate because this one was given. And as per the Executive Order number 1 of June 2025, the listed 10 are the mandates of the State Department. Next. So on the vision and mission, I think we need to get clarity here because where do you want to be in future? We need to have a clean, safe, healthy, sustainably managed, resilient environment and natural resources. That is where we want to be. And for us to be there, we need to conserve, protect, sustainably manage the environment and natural resources to support biodiversity and social economic transformation. And this one we can only achieve when we have these core values among ourselves, which are listed there. Most importantly, professionalism, integrity, inclusivity, teamwork, and customer focus. Next. We need to know the nexus between the Vision 2030, MTP4, the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, strategic plan 2023-2027, and the strategic, the sustainable development goals. And where are we anchored? We are anchored in Article 42, 43, 69, and 70. Those are the articles that address the environment conservation, management, protections. Then in the Vision 2030, we are supposed to have, as highlighted there, And in the better transformation agenda, the three major areas which we are looking at are the waste management value chain. That is one of the key commitments which we are highlighted in the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. Then we have the climate action. We are supposed to abate greenhouse gas 32% by 2030, and also look at the governance in the climate actions. Then all these commitments are unpacked in the strategic plan, our strategic plan of 2023 to 2027. And we are looking at the enhancing environment and climate change governance and coordination. Then we are also looking at promoting conservation, protection, restoration, management of water towers and wetlands. And the other one is we are increasing resource mobilization through partnership. And again, research is also very key. And if you look at the bottom of that slide, we are responding to the 5 key areas in the Sustainable Development Goals. That is goal number 6, goal number 11, goal number 12, goal number 13, and 15. So that is the linkage on all the commitments we have in the better, the MTP4, which is implementing Vision 2030, and where we are anchored in the Constitution. And all this is implemented in the strategic plan. So then the taggers under the State Department, we have National Environment Management Authority, NEMA, which is created under MCA Act of 1999. Then we also have National Environment Trust Fund, created the same also under that Act, MCA Act. Then we have the National Environment Tribunal, NET, and National Environment Complaint Committee, also created under MCA. Then the new kid in the block is the Kenya Meteorological Service Authority, just recently created under Meteorological Act of 2026. I think what I need to mention here under what I needed to mention here, we have the PS has already established a committee to operationalize the Kenya Meteorological Authority services. Next slide, please. Okay. In terms of the milestone and key achievement, I want to highlight on the national resource governance what we have achieved, climate action, ecosystem restoration, livelihood and job creation, waste management, and pollution control. Next. Okay. In terms of the policies and act which we have realized, we have developed meteorology bill, policy of 2023, developed national sustainable waste management policy of 2021, developed the national climate change framework policy, and currently we are reviewing national environment policy 2013. Then we have also reviewed the Environmental Management and Coordination Act of 1999. We have developed Sustainable Waste Management Act 2022, and we have also developed Meteorological Act 2026, and we have reviewed Climate Change Act of 2023. Next slide. Under the regulations, we have gazetted 11 regulations, 9 of which from MCA, and one from climate change, and another one from sustainable waste management. And what I want to say here, what is the value proposition for this regulation, which we have reviewed and act? The value proposition for this, we have managed for regulation to ensure adherence to the gaps which were in the previous policies have been addressed. And of importance is that for NEMA, I think this one was also mentioned by the peers. Some of these regulations have enabled them to really raise their revenue. And this one is going to go a long way to remove them from the exchequer. Okay, next slide. Okay, on sustainable waste management, I think I think this one was mentioned by Collins when he was doing his presentation. What are we achieving out of waste management? And I think the shift was from linear to circular economy. This is the emphasis on this. And I think if you remember in the first slide, the main idea was really to create jobs, create wealth through waste management. And so far, what we have achieved, we have established 2 model waste demonstration centers in Kwale and Kisumu. We have licensed about 3406 solid waste management infrastructure facilities. This one includes incinerators, transfer stations, compost, and landfills. Then we have enhanced tracking and proper waste disposal license. These transporters to track waste movement, that is across the country. Coordinated establishment of 6 material recovery facilities in Tharaka Nithi, Kiambu, then Taita Taveta and Kisumu. So what I need to mention here, if we check the commitments which we had in the better manifesto, we had ambitious target of coming up with 100 NRF. And I think what was not factored in is the cost of coming up with one. Back, please. So that is why you can see we have only managed around 6, but I think a plan is underway to use private partnership to ensure this target is achieved. Then we have managed to do 233 waste service providers, train them and link them to the market. Then we have also trained 173 small-scale gold miners on free gold mining. Then there are convention which is also related to waste management, which the State Department has been participating in, and they have been domesticated to achieve the aspiration. Next. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, on natural resource governance. On natural resource governance restoration management, that is toward ecosystem restoration and ecological investment. So what we have done, we have taken a deliberate effort to map all the wetlands, and so far 100 has been inventorized and 30 wetlands successfully restored. Then under Kirengani, we have raised around 1.2 million tree seedlings. Then under Mau, Forest Complex Integrated Conservation Livelihood Improvement Program, which our peers is the patron for the restoration. we have managed to map 40,000 hectares of forests, and the following have been achieved under first edition. 1,800 hectares of forest restored, 1 million seedling, 1.2 million seedling planted, 17 blocks have been adopted, 15 green have been established. Next. Next slide. Then another area which is of importance is the livelihood and job creation. Still, our PS is taking lead in this in MAU. We have done 450 casuals have been employed on full-time basis, and the amount which is there is being paid as their wages. Then 2,500 households have benefited under TELIS program, that is tree growing. Then through Green Innovation Award project, 38 green innovations have been incubated, upscaled, and linked to the market. Then 3 milk coolers have been given to farmers, and this is going to benefit 1752 farmers who are organized in cooperatives. And 20,000 avocado tree seedlings have been distributed to farmers. 250 bags of 50 kilogram potato seedlings have also been distributed to farmers. Then 40 farmers supported with 50 beehives. 40,000 agroforestry seedlings have also been distributed, and 150 schools in the area have also been supported with 5,000 avocado seedlings. Then under climate change, mitigation and adaptation, move to climate change. Next slide, please. Under climate change mitigation and adaptation, I think this one was really mentioned by Collins when he was doing his presentation. What are we doing about the climate change? What we want to report here, the State Department is spearheading the implementation of National Climate Change Action Plan 3 that is running in 2023 to 2027. And we are doing a coordination role in all the sector of the economy to implement the activities, plans, actions which are in that plan. Then we have also submitted Kenya National Determined Contribution to UN, United Nations Fund of Climate Change, UNFCCC, which is also documented all the policies, programs, projects which we need to put in place across the sector of the economy to mitigate the effects of climate change. And I think that what we need to say here is that for us to achieve the ambitious targets which we are in the NDC, then we need to transit to green energy. And therefore, the State Department is working very closely with the State Department, with the Minister of Energy sector, to see all the transformation agenda in terms of green energy is realized, so that we can achieve the major targets in the NDC. And if we can do this, then we'll be able to abate the greenhouse gas emissions by 2035. That is the target for the second NDC, which is 75.2 metric ton of CO2 equivalent for that period. Then through the carbon market framework, NEMA was designated the national authority on 1st June 2024. And so far we have received 84 projects for carbon projects. 35 no objection letters have been issued, and 3 approval has been granted. And I think currently we are mapping out to see the benefit which we have accrued based on those projects. Then in terms of the early warning, this is right with the Kenya Meteorological Service Authority now. We have so far issued 4191 weather forecasts, including daily, weekly, and monthly forecasts. And to support the aviation sector, we have installed 3 automatic weather stations at Moi International Airport, Laikipia Air Base, Laikipia Air Base, and Moi Air Base. And to respond to early warning in terms of the tsunami, we have installed tight gauge system at Mombasa, and also installed automatic weather station at Pwani University. Next slide. Then the State Department also engaged with externally, and I think this one also alluded by the PS. We normally participate in the UNFCCC Conference of Parties, COPs, participate in the subsidiary bodies, sit in the Green Climate Fund, hosted the first African Summit in Nairobi, participated in the second African Summit in Addis Ababa, then hosting and participating in the United Nations Environment Assembly, participated in various multilateral environment programs. And what is the value proposition out of this engagement? One, sir, the country has been positioned, we are positioned Nairobi and the country applied as a global environment and African climate hub and capital. Then Kenya secured, I think this one was mentioned, we secured the bid to host the Green Climate Fund office here in Kenya. Then UNEP headquarters remains strategic for Kenya, strengthening its global influence, unlocking funding for climate actions. Then approximate 6.2 billion has been unlocked through this engagement. Then approximately 80 million has been unlocked for US 96 million unlocked for KCB to support smallholders in private sector to build resilience. Next. I think, sir, I'll stop there since on challenges and recommendation, the peers really expressed this one. So I don't need to repeat this. Maybe I just say thank you for listening. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tom Mirasi, who is the Director Planning, State Department for Environment and Climate Change. I wish to hand over to the Principal Administrative Secretary, Mr. Arthur Osia, to be able to guide us to the next part of the program. Thank you. Pass.
Thank you, Linda. Thank you, Linda. I now want to take this opportunity to welcome our chief guest and, of course, our convener, Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service, to address us. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Paz. The Principal Secretary responsible for State Department for Environment and Climate Change, the Principal Secretary in charge of Forestry, all chairpersons of boards, members of boards, and CEOs of institutions within these two state departments, senior officials and staff from these state departments, all distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Let me begin by sincerely appreciating each one of you from the State Department for Forestry and the State Department for Environment and Climate Change for being here today. I know the work you do is not easy. It is often happens far from the spotlight, in our forests, in our communities, in challenging environments, and sometimes with limited resources. Yet, day after day, you continue to show up and serve. Your efforts are visible. They are visible in the trees that are growing where there was once this degradation in the ecosystems that are slowly coming back to life, and in the growing awareness among Kenyans about the importance of protecting our environment. I want you to know that this work matters. It matters to this government, and also it matters to the future of our country. As we appreciate the work that has been done, we must now firmly anchor it within the broader direction of government under the program of economic transformation agenda. The environment, forestry, and climate change sectors are not peripheral. They are central to our economic transformation, our national resilience, and the sustainability of our development pathway. At the heart of this agenda is one of the most ambitious environmental commitments in our country's history, the National Tree Growing Program, targeting 15 billion trees by the year 2032. This initiative is not merely about planting trees. It is about restoring ecosystems, revitalizing our water towers, protecting biodiversity, and securing livelihoods for millions of Kenyans whose lives are directly tied to natural resources. Currently, Kenya's forest cover stands at 12%, having crossed the constitutional minimum of 10%. While this is commendable progress, it remains insufficient when weighed against the scale of deforestation, land degradation, and climate pressures we continue to face. It is estimated that Kenya loses thousands of hectares of forest cover annually due to human activity, while over 80% of our land is classified as arid and semi-arid land, making it highly vulnerable to climate variability and environmental shocks. The 15 billion tree growing program, therefore, presents a unique opportunity, not only to reverse environmental degradation, but also to drive economic inclusion. Through this initiative, we are looking at the creation of green jobs, particularly for young people and communities, through seedling production, tree growing, landscape restoration, and sustainable forestry value chains. However, as we pursue this target, we must be honest with ourselves. Success will not be measured by the number of seedlings planted, but by the number of trees that survive, grow, and deliver ecological and economic value. This calls for a shift in mindset from activity to impact, from reporting numbers to demonstrating results. At the same time, the State Department for Environment and Climate Change carries a critical mandate in steering the country's climate action agenda. Kenya continues to be recognized globally as leader in climate action, with a commitment to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 32% by 2030 under its nationally determined contributions. Achieving this requires strong coordination, credible data systems, effective policy implementation, and the ability to mobilize climate finance at scale. Climate change is no longer a distant or an abstract concept. It is already with us. We are seeing it in prolonged droughts, unpredictable rainfall patterns, flooding, and increasing pressures on our national resources. These impacts are affecting agriculture, energy, water supply, and ultimately livelihoods across the country. This, therefore, places a significant responsibility on both state departments. The task before you is not just to implement programs, but to ensure that these programs translate into tangible improvements in the lives of Kenyans while safeguarding our environment for future generations. Ladies and gentlemen, as we focus on national priorities, we must also give due attention to key flagship initiatives such as the cleanup and restoration of the Nairobi River. This initiative is not just about environmental conservation. It is about public health, urban resilience, and restoring dignity to our capital city. It is a great demonstration, clear demonstration of what interagency coordination and sustained action across institutions can achieve. However, its success will depend on consistent enforcement against pollution, proper waste management systems, and accountability for those responsible for environmental degradation. We must therefore treat such initiatives not as one-off activities, but as long-term commitments that deliver visible and lasting impact. As we take pride in the commitments we have outlined, we also must confront an uncomfortable but necessary truth: the gap between policy intention and actual results on the ground remains significant. We have strong policies, clear targets, and capable institutions. Yet, in several instances, outcomes fall short, not because we lack direction, but because of how we execute. Allow me to highlight key areas that require urgent attention. One area that require urgent attention is area around integrity gaps in compliance and licensing processes. There are growing concerns, both from public and from within, that some of our regulatory and enforcement processes are not always applied consistently. We continue to see situations where similar cases are treated differently, where approvals raise questions, and where enforcement does not always follow through with the firmness that is required. At the same time, we have seen instances where bold and necessary measures are proposed. For example, holding institutions directly accountable for environmental damage under their supervision, including requiring them to take responsibility for waste found in rivers and other ecosystems, and to bear the costs of restoration. These are the kinds of firm and corrective action that this sector requires if we are to deter further pollution and degradation. However, we must ask ourselves the following questions. Why are such measures not consistently applied, sustained, and scaled? Why do we see strong actions in one instance and hesitation or inconsistency in others? Why do some offenders face consequences while others continue with minimal or no accountability? When enforcement is uneven, it weakens deterrence. It sends the strong signals that compliance is optional and that consequences can be avoided. Over time, this erodes public trust, undermines the credibility of our institutions. The second area of concern is the overemphasis on activities rather than impact. We continue to report impressive figures, such as the number of trees planted and programs launched, but we do not consistently track what truly matters, which is survival rates, ecosystem restoration, and long-term outcomes. As a result, activity is often mistaken for progress. The third area of concern is weak flow through and sustainability of initiatives. Too often, initiatives are launched with visibility and energy, but without sustained monitoring. Tree planting, for example, is not always followed by adequate aftercare. Without continuity, we risk investing resources in efforts that do not endure. The fourth area that we need to look at is inadequate data and reporting systems. In some cases, data is delayed, inconsistent, or insufficiently verified. This affects planning, decision-making, and credibility. Without reliable data, we cannot measure progress or hold ourselves accountable. The fifth area of concern is weak enforcement of environmental regulations. And this is particularly NEMA's forte. Illegal activities such as encroachment, logging, and degradation of protected areas continue to occur. These points to gaps in enforcement, whether in capacity, coordination, or integrity. And I hope KFS is listening. The sixth is fragmentation and institutional silos. There are still coordination challenges across institutions. Overlaps in mandate, duplication of roles, and lack of synergy slow down delivery and dilute accountability. The seventh is delay and administrative bottlenecks. Lengthy processes and unclear timelines continue to affect implementation. In some cases, these delays create room for inefficiency and, where not addressed, can open the door to undesirable practices. Ladies and gentlemen, at the center of all that we do is the Kenyan citizen, who ultimately judges the effectiveness of this sector, not by policies, frameworks, or institutional structures, but by what they see and experience in their daily lives. For the ordinary Kenyan, the environment is not an abstract concept. It is their water source, their land, their livelihood, and their health. It is the forest that protects their rivers, the air they breathe, and the resilience of their community in the face of droughts and floods. Citizens expect that our forests will be protected, not encroached upon. They expect that rivers remain clean, not polluted. They expect that environmental laws will be enforced consistently and that those who degrade the environment will be held accountable without exception. They also expect that when government makes commitments, such as restoring forests or growing trees, those commitments will translate into visible and lasting results, not just activities, but real change on the ground. Many Kenyans today are more informed, more aware, and more engaged on environmental issues. They see what is happening globally. They understand the urgency of climate change, and they expect the same level of seriousness, professionalism, and accountability from their own institutions. It cannot be acceptable that environmental degradation continues while systems designed to prevent it are in place. It cannot be acceptable that laws exist, but enforcement is inconsistent. And it cannot be acceptable that progress is reported, but not always experienced. These places are responsibility, on all of us. Collectively, we are responsible for ensuring that systems function as they should, that policies are implemented effectively, that enforcement is firm, fair, and consistent, and that results are visible and measurable. But equally important is individual responsibility. Because the system does not interact with the system, they interact with the person. It is the interaction, the decision, that action that shapes perception and builds or erodes trust. The question we must ask ourselves is simple. When a Kenyan looks at the state of our forests, climate, and environment today, what do they see? Do they see protection or degradation? Do they see action or inaction? Do they see a system that works or one that falls short? Because ultimately, that is the standard by which we will be judged. Having reflected on the expectation of the citizens we serve, we must now turn the focus inwards to ourselves as public officers. The responsibility placed upon us is not ordinary. It demands professionalism, integrity, discipline, and unwavering commitment to service. This is the standard we must uphold consistently and without exception. As government, we are deliberately building a public service that is responsive, accountable, and result-driven, one that delivers quality service efficiently, reliably, and with integrity. This direction is clear, and it is not negotiable. It therefore requires each one of us to take honest and personal reflection on our role within this system. If you are committed to serve and to service, to professionalism, and to delivering results for the people of Kenya, then this is your space. And you must stay forward and perform the highest standard. However, if one is not prepared for upholding these values, if one is unwilling to act with integrity, discipline, and accountability, then a deliberate decision must be made. This sector cannot carry individuals who are unwilling to perform, who compromises processes, or who undermine service delivery. The responsibility is too great and the stakes are too high. Those who are not ready to be part of the public service we are building must reflect seriously and where necessary step aside and to allow those who are committed, capable, and ready to serve to take up that responsibility. Ladies and gentlemen, the expectation of the environment, forestry, and climate change sector are clear, deliberate, and non-negotiable. The first one is alignment with the government's development agenda. All programs and activities must align fully with the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. This includes delivering on key priorities such as the 15 billion tree growing program, climate resilience, environmental protection, and sustainable natural management. Reinforcing values and professional standards is another area that we are expected. Integrity, accountability, professionalism, efficiency, and responsiveness must define how we operate. These are not optional. They must be evident in every action and every decision. The third area of expectation is mindset and attitude transformation. We must shift from routine processes to results, from activity to impact. What matters is not what we start, but what we complete and deliver. The fourth is breaking institutional silos. We must work as one system. The two state departments and all agencies must coordinate, collaborate, and execute together. Fragmentation is no longer acceptable. The fifth recommendation is citizen-centered service delivery. Our work must be felt by citizens. Cleaner rivers, protected forests, reduced pollution, stronger resilience. That is a standard. The fourth is prudent management of public resources. Every resource must be used efficiently, transparently, and for its intended purpose. There must be zero tolerance for wastage or misuse. And there must be elimination of corruption across the ministry. The seventh is strengthening monitoring and evaluation. We must track progress, measure outcomes, and demonstrate impact. Not just how many trees we plant, but how many survive, not just plans, but results. These expectations are directly linked to the challenges we have discussed and the results we must now deliver. This message must not end here. It must cascade to every level, every institution, and every officer without exception. Every leader present here bears personal responsibility to ensure that this agenda is communicated, understood, and also implemented. All institutions are directed to align their work plans accordingly, strengthen accountability mechanisms, and ensure strict adherence to the values and standards outlined. Progress must be reported, outcomes must be demonstrated, gaps must be addressed.
Nipe namba yako ya simu.
Let there be no ambiguity. Implementation is not optional.
The Safaricom squeeze ya zieleweki ni nini?
Excuse me, Wangare. Could you please mute your microphone?
Ladies and gentlemen, it calls on all of us to be very attentive to the discussion that we have had, so that we read from the same page. Know that as we are addressing the entire meeting, there are people who are still exchanging contacts and also exchanging pleasantries. It is unacceptable. So as we speak here, let there be no ambiguity. Implementation is not optional. It is expected, it is required, and it must be visible in the quality, efficiency, and integrity of the services delivered. I want to add some few issues that have come as a result of observations that we have made across Kenya Forest Service and also State Department for Forestry. Number one is that Kenya Forest Service to step up matters revenue collection. We have given decades, we have given direction on what to do, but there is still failure by KFS management to generate over 10 billion shillings revenue. And the way we've seen it, it is because of inertia and lack of seriousness in disposal of forest materials. When you leave the trees to rot, when you leave everything that you need to convert into revenue, then you are doing a lot of disservice, and you need to really focus. And we're asking the conservator of forest to lead by example and ensure that all the teams, right from the forest station up to Karura Forest headquarters, take it seriously. Secondly, is our constant complaints on issuance of licenses and leases are mentioned there, because there are so many complaints on the process of issuance of licenses and leases in public forests. For instance, here next to us, the Ngong Forest, where there were disputes and there were issues that arose as a result of some standoff there. We need to straighten the issues of issuance of licenses and leases so that it becomes predictable, it becomes clear, and transparency is seen to be reigning. There is also systemic operational negligence and historical lapses, which the Attorney General is always mentioning in his annual audit reports, like the one that ended in 30th June 2025. The Attorney General, no, the Auditor General, in this report that was picked by my people, there were around 506 unlicensed or expired facilities, and licensed or expired facilities on forest land, which demonstrates a bigger problem. Further, the Attorney General highlighted the following issues in his report: issues of human resources, issues of recruitment and promotions, where there is favoritism. There were also issues of legal matters, where there is consistent loss of cases which reflect lack of preparedness and seriousness, occasioning loss of public funds. You know, if you are taken to court, you don't take your case seriously, what will happen is that the other side, either the petitioner or the respondent, will demand money if they win the case. And by so doing, the government will pay lawyers and fines for no apparent reason. There is also complaints on the disposal of forest material, illegal logging, encroachment, and overgrazing, charcoal making, despite the service posting staff in those regions. And we wonder why, when you overfly even more forest, you overfly Nandi North, I think Nandi North, you overfly the other one in Aldai area, and many others even around Mount Kenya. You realize that there is a lot of logging in the middle of forests. You can even see smoke in some areas in the forest. And yet, the government went out of its way to hire what we believe is adequate personnel to man these forests. I think it is a wake-up call to the service to ensure that to make sure that they are vigilant and they ensure that the forests are not destroyed when they are looking. They should not allow illegal logging, encroachment, or even charcoal making in their respective jurisdictions. These Shamba systems that the government approved, there is serious management failures, and it has to be addressed. There is also poor and ineffective communication leading to recurring public outcry and poor image. Well, what is this? What this means is that we have to have a very good PR. We have to have these managers or the commanders in these stations should develop good relationship with Ngao, with the communities, so that there is no breakdown of communication. You know, last year and the other year, we had sporadic incidences of our officers gunning down people that they have a standoff with. Truly so, perhaps those people have encroached, they were invading, they were doing illegal things in the forest. But if there is no communication, if there is no constant discussion, if you don't jail with the communities, bordering the forest, you will continue getting complaints, you will continue having challenges of even managing, because the best people to manage forests are the communities that benefits from these forests in many ways. We have also observed, especially on Kenya Forest Research Institute. I've tried, and I hope you know that I'm a scientist also, I've tried to look for and check through their research outcomes, and we need to step up. We need to step up our research to focus on areas that addresses the needs of the ordinary citizens and the current national challenges. We need to move away from purely academic research, and that its outcome is for academic consumption, but not outcomes that can be translated into solutions to the challenges that we are facing, or even to arriving at outcomes that can hasten the process of the agenda of government, and also in the scientific world. So I want to urge KEFRI to reorganize their research trajectory to ensure that it was established to offer solutions through research in terms of good seeds, in terms of how to handle even seedlings and also environmental issues, especially on forest matters. So please look at that and ensure that it works well. It aligns with the needs that the country requires. I'm talking about, again, issues of quality seeds. When we started our 15 billion and trees growing, we got a lot of challenges of seed. We had challenges of quality seeds. We get seeds, we go plant, nothing comes out, meaning that perhaps they were harvested when they were they're not matured, or storage or something. I think that's an area that we need to look at and ensure that we make sure that that we do the right thing. In State Department Forests, look at the human resource. There are so much reported cases of underperformance. The staff there needs to reorganize their posture when it comes to relating with their leaders, relating with the outsiders, relating to themselves, even across the state departments, because we find that there are several staff there which have sense of entitlement, and some senior officers have continuously sued government over issues that could otherwise be sorted out within the department. I want also to commend NEMA, commend those other institutions, but at the same time, we need to step up. NEMA should actually come out strongly. Issues of riparian areas are still contestable, and yet the law is very clear on what to do and how to sort them out. The area of wetlands, the area of even noise. So many clubs are being constructed in estates. The level of noise is unbearable. You have the mandate, but most of the time you turn to the other side and let people suffer, and yet you are a regulator that was established to ensure that the citizens of this country enjoy their quiet life and even private property without any issues of disturbance by anybody. So NEMA, please take it up, step up. We have seen it, what you are doing, but there's a lot to be done. Issues of National Environmental Tribunal, issues of arbitration, we need to see solid judgment or solid decisions that are fair, decisions that are neutral, decisions that does not favor anybody. And we want also the backlog to be cleared, and we want you people to work around the clock to ensure that it works well. The ombudsman, all those people should work very well in the environment. Climate action, Minister of the State Department of Environment, you need to proceed and ensure that the carbon issues, the policy and everything else is demystified. It's a complicated area. It's an area that you need to climb down, simplify the discussions, come out with good literature, ensure that you carry people along to understand what it is and how they are benefiting when they do carbon trading, and also complications around how to handle that new space. We want also to acknowledge the position of the State Department of Environment on that space, because we've seen very firm position that protects and defends the interests of the Wananchi. We want to echo and encourage you to be fearless and to stand firm to ensure that the interests of our children and the children of our children are safeguarded. Same case to other institutions, the training institute, all those institutions. I want to urge all of us to be men and women who will stand for professionalism, expertise, which is critical. Expertise, you need to be very, very clear. Yeah, your operations should be very clear that you are applying your expertise on areas of jurisdiction. So that we get value for money, and also we continuously exploit the resources that we have in a manner that is sustainable and also profitable. So I want to really urge all of us, the two PSS, the conservator of forests, all the secretaries, all the officers, right from the messengers, clerks, and accountants, auditors, the technical department, the foresters, the environmental specialists, water specialists in the field of environment, and all that you matter, that you are part of those who will contribute for this country to move from the stage that we are in as a third world to the first world. When the president says that we are on the run, we want to move, we are going to Singapore, we want to have that status of Singapore, it is not the responsibility of one person, two people. It is the responsibility of all of us, from the watchman at the gate, from messengers, from clerks, up to the top, up to the minister, and up to the president. So let us support the government. Let us support the government agenda. Let us focus on how to make our departments, our jurisdiction as a whole, to operate in a very efficient manner, in a very effective manner, in a very accountable manner, in a manner that is transparent, and in a manner that carries people along. We want to practice what we always called citizen-centric posture, so that all of us in the country, first of all, knows that we have a state Department of Forest, a state Department of Environment, and truly they get value from those institutions. So I want to wish all of us a realization that we matter, our contribution matters, our implementation of policies matter, our execution of administrative issues matter, our cutting of wastage matter, and our progress and stewardship in the entire environment matter. So in conclusion, I urge each one of you to return to your duty stations with urgency and purpose. As a nation, we are already behind where we ought to be in protecting our environment, restoring our forests, and building resilience to climate change. We cannot really afford to lose any more time. The task before us is significant, but it is achievable. If we act decisively, diligently, and without delay, let us move with speed, let us move with focus, and let us move with determination to deliver results. Because in the end, what will matter is not what we said, but what we did. The time for action is now. I want to stop there and thank you very much for attending this meeting virtually, and I hope going back home now, you are going home with a message. We are going home with a resolute position that we want and we shall make this country great again. Thank you very much and have a nice morning and proceed to implement as discussed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sir, Chief of Staff and Head of the Public Service, for your words of wisdom and words of affirmation, and even for the ideas and insights that you've been able to share with this meeting, which is continuing, so that we can be able to listen to the presentations that are coming from the respective officers from the State Departments for Forestry and the State Department for Environment and Climate. Just to let you know, sir, that we have quite a number of questions coming in, and one officer asked the question whether you, as the Chief of Staff and Head of the Public Service, are aware of what is going on, in their State Department, and how you are able to then, keep a tab or a track of what is happening there. And we've answered that question, sir, by being able to say that it's through meetings like these ones where you're meeting the members from the different state departments on in a sector-based format and on a one-on-one, and that you work very closely with the principal secretaries in these two state departments to be able to be aware of what is happening, and therefore in keeping in line with your mandate to ensure the effectiveness of the public service. This is one of those opportunities granted or given so that you can be able to interact directly with everybody in this sector. And also just to let you know, sir, that the principal secretaries, as you heard, did make their specific requests of you, of which, of course, you did listen to and you did take note of. And I know, sir, like you've done in all other circumstances and situations, you, of course, will be able to work with the PSs to be able to intervene in those circumstances that they have raised on their behalf and on behalf of the people that they work with in the State Department. And now, sir, I just want to also bring to your attention, we have very, very beautiful photographs coming from around the country from the two state departments. I do wish to just point out some of those photographs that we've received. And just to let you know that we're getting them and that we're seeing them, I just want to call out a few of them before we proceed with the program. We see you, Jovita Akiki, who is a senior office admin at KEFRI headquarters, joining from Utawala. We see you, Rashid Ali, Director ICT from the State Department of Forestry. We've been working with you closely in the run-up to these meetings. Inspector Henry Muhia Mbogwa from the Kenya Forest Service. Alex Kamake, Senior Environmental Assistant, NEMA Headquarters. We see you, Forest Ranger Joseph Kitili, Kitwai Mutito Station, Kitui County. And we see you from the Mukogodo Forest Station, Laikipia County, Corporal Luturhana Lesamana, Forest Ranger Mohammed Eden, and SS Thomas Sukuya. We see you all. And we also see you on the, in the chat section, having introduced yourself, Eunice Kibunga, Senior GIS Officer, NEMA Headquarters. We see you, Emmanuel Rono, from the Maragoli Hills Forest Station. And we see many of you sat together in groups who've introduced themselves. For example, from the Bararget Forest Station, Nakuru County, we see you, Forest Rangers Charles Munyiri, Dominic Lodengay, Jonathan Bobet, Christopher Kipkorir. We see you, Evelyn Tinyari from the CFC in Trans Nzoia. We've seen quite a number of people from the CFCs. Yubo Yasmin Kifile, Senior Environment Officer, NEMA, Nairobi County, and so forth and so on. And we're very delighted to have, to be in this meeting together with you. And no doubt the Chief of Staff and Head of the Public Service, together with the two PSs, appreciate your presence in this meeting and just the honor of being able to interact in this way on this forum. And now I just want to call upon George Tarus, the Secretary Forestry, to make his presentation. He'll be followed by CPA Duncan Kishamu from the from the Office of the Chief of Staff and Head of the Public Service to make his presentation, after which my co-moderator will immediately come in, Mr. Mongo Chimwaga, to be able to take us forward in that direction. Thank you very much, and karibu sana. Thank you.
Head of Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service, Mr. Felix Kosgei, my PS, Mr. Mugambi Kitonga, PS Environment, Dr. Festus Ngeno, PAS, Mr. Osia, chairman and CEOs present. I'm doing this presentation on behalf of the forest sector. Somebody help me, please load the presentation. So as the presentation is being shared, I can do the preliminaries. That basically the State Department for Forestry derived its mandate from the Executive Order number 2 of 2023, and it has 6 mandates spanning from forest policy development all the way to administration of timber regulations and timber harvesting and trade. Of course, the sector is being implemented through the leadership that is led by the PS with other senior managers. And the State Department in itself has a core function that is around forest policy, conservation and management, agroforestry and commercial forestry, central planning and project monitoring. The functions of the forestry sector are being also implemented through our 2 state agencies, that is Kenya Forest Research Institute, which is an agency of government that is established under Science and Technology Act of 2013, and Kenya Forest Service, which is another institution that is also established under Forest Conservation and Management Act of the year 2016. And for those who, once we share the slides, you realize that KEFRI has our working mandate to ensure that we have the best in terms of forestry research, again, spanning all the way to natural resources, and it's spread across 18 regions in this country. You will run to the slide on KEFRI, please. So currently, KEFRI has presence across 18 centers and sub-regions across the country, and their core functions is to conduct research, to be able also to build capacities of communities and other stakeholders, but more importantly also is to be able to disseminate research. Kenya Forest Service, like I mentioned, is a state organization established under Science and established under Forest Conservation and Management Act. The next slide, please. And its mandate is, of course, to manage public resources across the country. And it has a strategic goal to ensure that all our forests are managed. There are also resilience that are built across the country. Currently, they are implementing 4 key strategic areas. Number one that is addressing the issues of forest expansion and tree cover expansion for climate change and other related benefits. Conservation of the existing forests to ensure that they are done in a way that is in tandem with the science and the available technologies. Kenya Forest Service has presence across all counties in this region, in Kenya, and of course across all sub-counties. I would want now to go into the gist of this presentation, basically to set up the context, which is the next slide, of how our forest resources are distributed across the country. Next slide. You realize that the latest statistics that we have shows that our forest cover as of now is at 8.83%, while tree cover stands at 12.13%, which is, of course, below the required thresholds, including what the Constitution states. And these forest resources are distributed across 3 tenures, the way they are defined in the forest law. They are public forests, which is 2.6 million hectares, and they are currently being managed by Kenya Forest Service. Then we have a community forest, which is another number of 1.6 million hectares, currently being managed by communities together with county governments. And there is a whole contribution by all the citizens through private forests. And we are giving us statistics that over 10 million hectares that are under cropland for purposes of agriculture. there are also elements of trees in it for purposes of supplying the wood's demand. And these statistics, if you want to read further, are found within the National Forest Program running up to the year 2030. These resources, the next slide, are also operating within a context where we've themed it the challenges. And according to a report of the year 2024, and already the PS had alluded to this, the sector is facing quite a number of challenges, including the need for additional agricultural lands. And therefore, we are seeing a need for converting existing forest areas. We are also seeing unsustainable logging, and the public service alluded to this mentioned this clearly in his address. We have issues of human encroachment also being manifested across quite a number of forest assets in the country. Then climate change is also another real reality that as much as we are doing a lot of work to ensure that we grow our trees, there are consequences either through floods or unpredictable weather patterns that have affected even the planting regimes of Kenya Forest Service or any other person who wants to do that. There are governance-related issues that are manifested through legislative frameworks and the weak enforcement mechanism. This again has been mentioned by head of public service, and issues to do with data. This also has been mentioned, and these are the challenges that the sector is currently facing. But there are, in the next slide, of course, measures and the strategies that have been put in place to ensure that they are delivered. And we've said it's not possible to run a vision without clarity on where we want to go. And we've coalesced our actions into 6 strategic areas. The strategy number 1 is the delivery of the 15 billion trees, which aims to deliver, among many other things, growing of 15 billion trees in the next 10 years. And the net effect of this target is that we would have at least 30% of our country being covered by trees. And there would be, of course, significant benefits out of that, ranging from ecosystem goods and services. The next other is conservation and protection, to ensure that the 2.6 million hectares currently under Kenya Forest Service and the other 1.6 under community lands are protected for purposes of biodiversity and other ecosystem goods and services that emanate from those ecosystems. Then private sector engagement, it is a critical element that we realize as a sector. We must be able to mobilize resources from private sector for them to invest and develop actually sustainable forest enterprises, because this is the future. This is what we feel we need to have as a paradigm shift for us to work the Singapore dream. Then we have agroforestry and commercial forestry. It is another important intervention that we are looking at to ensure that our croplands have trees as part of its existence, and the benefits are immense. There are huge opportunities that are going to be developed out of that, and I'll be sharing in the next slide about key strategies of how to deliver that. There is the issues of research and the entire forest governance, what is being done now to address the gaps that I shared, or the challenges that I shared in the previous slide. So if you move to the next slide, you would be able to have a snapshot of what we are working on to ensure that our governance regime is enhanced. And number 1 is the Forest Conservation and Management Act. Is one instrument that is being used to manage forest resources. And there is an ongoing, the way PS just shared earlier, is there is an ongoing work to ensure that this law is amended. And basically the amendment is to ensure that all institutions have better coordinations. We would have KEFRI housed under the same law. We would have a regulatory function being introduced to it to be housed within the State Department for Forestry for now. We would have a bigger role for private sector. We would have a bigger role for communities. And more importantly, move now the forest sector to the next level. Out of that, there were, and is still the reality that this law in itself requires to function with 21 regulation. As it is, we have none. And part of what we've been able to do is to highlight the 8 that are just being shown now, which are the bottom-up economic transformation regulations. These are the regulations that are speaking to the bottom of the pyramid. These are the regulations that are transforming the economic opportunities that have silently been lying in the forest. For instance, if you are to look at the one dealing with gum and resins, it is a huge product that this nation is endowed with. It's an economy that the last statistics show that it is over. It's turning in almost 4 billion a year, while it is still not very organized. So the regulation is to ensure there is a regularization, there is standardization, and out of that, be able to grow it from 4 billion to over 40 billion a year. Look, for instance, the example of the one on charcoal. Of course, it is also another economy. The last statistics showed that it was at 32.4 billion shillings a year. It has opportunity to even grow to over 100 billion a year. So basically, and lastly, of course, timber grading, we have to have products in the forest sector with value. If you go to the T, you would get T grade 1, grade 2, and grade 3. For us, a forest product is a forest product. So we are saying that through this regulation, you will give value for high quality products. And out of that, we would be injecting a few billions also to the economy. Next slide is now apart from now looking at the regulatory environment to ensure that we have the right policies in place, we put in the real agents for action. And number one agent for action is this National Landscape Restoration Strategy, which is the pillar with the details of what needs to happen for us to deliver the 10.6 million hectares of degraded land being restored. And out of that, we would deliver 15 billion into our landscape. We would be able to contribute up to 75 trillion Kenya shilling to the economy if this strategy is going to be implemented. Next, just beside it is prosopis. Prosopis is one of a species that was introduced many years ago as an intervention to address land degradation and desertification. But however, with time, it gotten out of hand, and now we've been able to develop a strategy of addressing it. And if it's implemented, you're looking at the potential in terms of up to 30 billion shillings a year and many jobs, especially across the 23 counties that this species are already present. Next, you would see another very important strategy on agroforestry, which is another strategy that is now re-engineering how we are undertaking our farmlands. It is within the next slide, if you could proceed. And this strategy in itself is looking at a potential of almost 21.9 billion shillings being put on the tables of Kenyans, with over 300 jobs being created. And more importantly, is to ensure that our agricultural lands, which we know may not basically be increasing significantly, is also productive. And we've dedicated actually what we are calling them high value crops or tree crops, including cocoa, including dates, including many others, avocado, that are actually the biggest opportunities for turning the rural economies and putting money kwa mfuko ya mwananchi, the way we say. On the sideline is another vision. We have a vision of up to the year 2050 on how do we turn around industrial sector together as part of the commercialization of our forest sector. And we realized, and the statistics are there, that currently we are doing almost 5 billion shillings in terms of commercial value. But through this strategic initiative, commercialization, and the vision documents that we are visualizing a situation where we'll be turning in 37 billion shillings a year and creating over 85,000 jobs, supporting over 7.5 million growers. And this will be a significant impact to the Kenyan ordinary citizens out there. The other strategy, among just to highlight a few, is the bamboo. Bamboo is another silent tree group that has huge opportunity, and we're visioning to see it as the next agent of economic transformation. In itself, it has the opportunity to work towards delivering the 30% targets that we need in our earlier strategy, but also as an opportunity to contribute almost 15 billion shillings to the economy annually if it's tapped in terms of its opportunities. And lastly, and I saw somebody was asking, what are we doing in terms of climate finance? This is a tool to be able now work with the forest sector actors to ensure that we get benefits from REDD+, which is a global mechanism for incentivizing actions that addresses issues of deforestation. The next slide is now into the presidential priority for this administration, the issue of 15 billion. I just wanted to highlight it a little bit. You can go to the next slide. That yes, there are specific progresses that have been, if you move to the next slide, specific progresses that have been done. Number one is that we've been able to work with the executive and county leadership to ensure that these activities are happening across the country. And we are looking at an opportunity through the executive to do 1.5 billion trees a year, totaling to that number. The next other element is, the previous slide. The next other element is also the whole aspects of multi-stakeholder, which is the whole of society, the whole of government approach. Each one of us has a role. I think that's the key message that needs to get out there, that we have a role to do that. But of course, the most important and the most innovative way that has also been seen, and in the previous slide, you realize that the leaders being led by, for example, the head of public service, PSS, have already taken up the responsibility to convene. And there is a model already that has been picked up in Kaptagat. So far, it's been able to do over 20,000 hectares of land and put in quite a number of investments to the local community. It's going to its 10th edition. Clip, which is going to its 2nd edition, is being led by our PS engineer Festus Ngeno, and is targeting to do 33,000 hectares. And there are so many other initiatives that are in pipeline, and we think this is the direction or the innovative way through which the 15 billion is going to be delivered. The next slide, I just wanted to share that we've done our bit, but the targets are not yet there. We are at 1.4 billion trees a year. If you turn to the next slide, and you realize that there is still quite a number of work to be done. But I also wanted to highlight that apart from the number, there has been a transformation on how these seedling issues. The previous one, please. There is a transformation of how these tree seedlings are being produced. Now there is a strong partnership being led by government through the State Department for Housing, where they are putting in rangers houses, NYs coming in to ensure that seedlings are produced adequately. And there is also a whole issue of now KFS and the State Department ensuring that the seedlings are being produced. So we are committed, and we are sure that in the next 1 year, we should be able to be producing adequate seedlings for the citizens to grow across the country. Of course, I know the bigger question would be, out of all this, what are we promising to the Kenyans as we walk towards the Singapore vision? So in the forest sector, if we're able to implement, and we are on course to implement this, we have the ability to create over 500,000 direct jobs through the connected value chains that can be developed out of that. But more importantly, we've got initiatives that we are currently planning and implementing. It is possible to inject 75 trillion Kenya shillings. I submit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bwana George Tarus, for that good presentation. On the next one, we are quickly going to go through highlights of the Zero Fault Audit campaign. Which is a flagship campaign that the Office of the Chief of Staff and Head of the Public Service, through his leadership, has been implementing since the beginning of the financial year 2023, and it's now on its 3rd year of implementation. So we will quickly go through the highlights, and from the onset, I would like to draw your attention to the fact that all materials and all literature that relates to this campaign is available on the website of the Chief of Staff and Head of the Public Service. So over the years, we have been documenting all the steps, all the information and action that the Chief of Staff and Head of the Public Service has been taking as regards to this campaign. So this zero-fault audit campaign is a response to the constitutional requirement, and that is Article 201 of the Constitution, which speaks to the prudent and responsible use and management of public resources. And later on, we will talk about resources. When we mean resources, we not only refer to financial resources, but any other resource that any of our state department or our agencies has been given to manage on behalf of the Kenyan citizen. It's a proactive approach, which simply requires all of us to ensure that we comply with all laws and with all regulations that pertain to the use of public resources. So if we remain fully compliant to the laws, to the rules, and to the regulations, we will be inadvertently achieving this zero-fault audit campaign as is required by the Chief of Staff and Head of the Public Service. It is also focusing on preventing errors and correcting them. So preventing errors before they occur, rather than correcting them once they occur. So it's a preventative approach on how we manage our audit queries. We are required to prevent them before they occur. It's anchored on accountability, transparency, and continuous improvement for each and every institution. Of course, now with a focus on the State Department of Environment, Climate Change, and Forestry. This campaign that the Chief of Staff and Head of the Public Service started in September 2023 aligns institutional processes with the legal, financial, and regulatory requirement, and it aims to achieve clean audit opinions for all our institutions. And so, what did the Chief of Staff and Head of the Public Service require all institutions to focus on so as to enable them achieve this zero-fault audit campaign? He required that each and every institution, from the State Department all the way to the institutions that are under the State Department, not to attract a single audit query from the OAG. Again, remember, as institutions, as State Department, we are audited every financial year, and the Auditor General gives different kind of audit opinions. So the expectation of the Chief of Staff and Head of the Public Service is that when you are audited and when an opinion is rendered on your financial statements, then you will be able to showcase clean audit reports, and we will look at what a clean audit report means shortly. And you can only do that when you remain compliant to all existing laws and regulations. So this campaign entails conformity with all existing laws. It entails conformity with regulations, with circulars, with policies, with procedures, and with manuals. So when you do that, you will be achieving the zero-fault audit campaign. And as I've earlier said, all the circulars that speak to this zero-fault audit campaign, this zero-fault audit status, whether issued by the Chief of Staff and Head of the Public Service or whether issued by the relevant ministries, including the National Treasury and even the State Department from the National Treasury, are all documented. We can easily trace them and we can easily follow them to ensure that we remain compliant as is required for us to achieve this zero-fault audit campaign. Colleagues, participants, I also want to remind you that this achievement of zero-fault audit status is a responsibility that is given to each and every person. It's not only an accounting function or rather a procurement function, etc. Each and every employee working for a State Department or an institution within the State Department has a specific role that they are required to perform so that their institutions remain compliant with this directive and they will achieve zero-fault audit status. If you look at some of the common issues that make us not to achieve clean audit reports, or rather that make us fail to comply with this requirement of clean audit reports, some of them include issues such as weak documentation and record management system. And this one cuts across for every employee, whether you're working at the State Department or whether you're working at any institution that is under a State Department. If you don't provide proper documentation and records, you will, in a way, contribute to an institution not to attract clean audit reports. Then you have issues to do with weak supervisions and monitoring of public resources, gaps in financial accountability, delayed surrender of interest and advances, then incomplete or outdated asset registers, among many others. So these are some of the issues that are commonly appearing on the audit reports that are rendered by the external auditor, and the makers fail to achieve, or rather to comply with the zero-fault audit campaign as was initiated by the Chief of Staff and Head of the Public Service. Our aim is for the State Departments, that is the State Department for Environment and Climate Change, and also for the State Department of Forestry, to achieve the audit opinion that shows there as number one, and that is an qualified audit opinion or a clean audit opinion. This simply means that your institution or your State Department is maintaining financial statements that present a true and fair view, and that these financial statements are complying with financial regulations. So the other audit opinions listed there, the qualified audit opinion, the adverse audit opinion, and the disclaimer of opinion are not desirable. We only want you to take all proper steps that your institutions can take to ensure that you achieve clean audit report. And again, as I've said, and when you get an unqualified audit opinion or a clean audit opinion, it simply means that your institution or your State Department has strong financial management and is compliant with all laws, all circulars, all policies and procedures. So that is what the Chief of Staff and Head of the Public Service requires you to attain as an audit opinion from the Auditor General. Then how can we achieve that? And I've highlighted those that are again cross-cutting, starting from the top leadership all the way to each and every staffer that works either at the State Department or at the institutions. The first one, of course, is to have robust internal control systems across all functions. Participants, if we are to achieve this zero-fault audit status, then the only thing that will enable us get to that level is if we establish robust internal control systems across all functions. And these systems should be applicable to each and every employee within an organization. It should not be that only a few of us are subjected to that robust internal control system and others have a way of bypassing it, but rather each and every one of us should make sure that at all times we comply to what those internal control systems provide. Then number two, we need to conduct regular internal audits and risk assessments. As a State Department and as an institution under the State Department, ensure that at every time you have regular internal audits and risk assessment. As part of this zero-fault audit campaign, the Chief of Staff and Head of the Public Service has been deliberate in ensuring that the internal audit function across our institutions is brought back to the level that it's supposed to be. He has been really consistent in encouraging us to ensure that the internal audit function is not only established but fully operationalized, because in his belief is that if this internal audit function works perfectly and robustly, then we will be at a position whereby as institutions and as State Departments we'll be able to avoid, or rather do our own internal audits and address them even before the external auditor comes to our premises and audits our reports. And by so doing, we will be at a position whereby we will at all times ensure that we remain compliant with the provisions of this zero-fault audit campaign. Then building the staff capacity on compliance and audit procedures. This has again been done by the Chief of Staff and Head of the Public Service since the beginning of this campaign. He has taken different categories of staff, starting from the leadership, the members of the boards, the members of the audit committees, the heads of internal audit, the financial and accounting officers, among many others, on just building their capacity, sensitizing them on what the Public Finance Management Act and the Public Finance Management regulations provide on what it is each and every officer must do to ensure that they remain compliant with audit procedures. Then we must also promote a culture of continuous audit readiness among our state departments and our institutions. The Chief of Staff and Head of the Public Service has always insisted that we should at no point be caught surprised. We should at no point be surprised by our own audit findings. And by so doing, he has even encouraged us to ensure that if it's a committee that needs to look at the audit, the financial statements before they are audited, then such committees should be in place at all times, starting with the Public Finance Management Standing Committees, the Ministerial Audit Committees, and any other committee to look at our financial statements, whether from the internal audit or the external audit opinions are given to us. Then we act on those. We implement the audit recommendations that we are being given, and we address all audit queries so that we are not caught surprised by the reports that are given to our institution. There is a good quote there that when systems are strong and preparation is constant, then audits will just become confirmations and not investigation. And that is the point where the Chief of Staff and Head of the Public Service will want us as institutions to get. Then next, we are looking at what audit queries prevention and management will imply. And that one will require us to identify and address potential audit risk in advance. We have talked about that. Then we need to ensure timely and accurate responses to audit queries. That was initially an issue where the top management and even some of our staff within our institutions were not responding accurately to audit queries, whether it's from the internal auditor or from the external auditor. But it's good to report that this has since improved. At least we are getting, the Chief of Staff and Head of the Public Service is getting positive reports that most of our institutions are now accurately and timely responding to audit queries. Then number two, we need to maintain clear audit trails and supporting documentation. As you have said, at times you are audited and you are given bad audit opinions, not because we have indeed committed offenses, but simply because we do not have audit trails and we do not have supporting documentation. Then assign responsibility for tracking and resolving audit issues within our state departments and our institutions. And then we must use past audit queries to improve systems and prevent recurrence. The next, again, a focus on the Auditor General findings, systematically reviewing them and analyzing those reports, monitoring progress through the audit committees, and then ensuring full closure of audit issues and preventing repeat findings. So the next, now we want to look at why every staff member matters in achieving ZFA. And I think this one is very important because, as I said earlier, initially the thinking was that for ZFA, it's a campaign that targets those who in one way or another are involved with finance. But then what the Chief of Staff and Head of the Public Service has consistently been saying or sensitizing us that starting from the top where the tone is set, the tone at the top sets the standard and accountability of compliance across the organization. Then this one is taken up by each and every employee within an organization. Then it's remind us that audit outcomes are shaped by daily actions of every member. So for you to achieve a clean audit report as a state department, then the activities, the daily activities and actions of your employee, whether it's an employee working at the reception, whether it's an employee working at the registration, etc., will contribute to whether you will get an audit, a clean audit report, or a bad audit report. Then accurate record keeping depends on individual responsibility. Again, all of us are required to ensure that we keep accurate records. Internal controls must also be followed by each and every one of us. We have talked about that. So on the last slide now, we will speak to what is required from each one of us. Continuous implementation of audit recommendation. That one is self-explanatory. We need to ensure that we continuously implement the same. Then number two, the prudent, responsible, transparent, and effective use and management of public resources. Here it's important to mention to us that when we say public resources, you are not referring to our financial resources alone. We're referring to the natural resources, the forest, the land, etc., that we as the different state departments are required to oversee, then we must at all times ensure that these ones are managed in a prudent, responsible, transparent, and effective manner, so that by so doing we'll be in a position of ensuring that our state department and also our institutions achieve zero-fault audit. I finish with that, but again to remind you that all these materials, all these documents that speak to the journey that the Chief of Staff and Head of the Public Service has been taking different sectors on as regards to the zero-fault audit campaign is available on his website. So I'll encourage all of us to go to the website of the Chief of Staff and Head of the Public Service. You will find all the circulars, you will find all the presentations and all documentation that relates to this concept of zero-fault audit campaign, which must be achieved by all the institutions, and it's a continuous improvement program. So if you got a clean audit report in the last 2 financial years, make sure that in the next financial year and the next one, you consistently get these clean audit reports. I thank you. And I now welcome our next moderator, Mongo Chiwago, who will now take us through the next session. Karibu sana.
What's wrong with this guy? Okay. Thank you so much. The Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service, our 2 PSAs, the Principal Administrative Secretary, Office of Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service, chairpersons of boards, CEOs, senior officers, distinguished participants, good mid-morning. My name is Mongo Chimwaga. I'm the Secretary of Administration in the State Department for Environment and Climate Change, and I'll be taking you through a short session on remarks by our senior officers across the whole breadth of our ministry. This is a short session of about 15 minutes, and I have 5 panelists who will be each taking a minimum of 3 minutes and a maximum of 3 minutes, sorry. And the full cast is the first to go will be the chairperson of Kenya Forest Service, Mr. Titus Korir. He is to be followed by the chairperson, KEFRI, that is Kenya Forest Research Institute, Lieutenant General Walter Koipaton, and the third will be the chairperson, NEMA, Mr. Emilio Mugo, to be followed by the chairperson, NET, Mr. Emmanuel Mumia, and finally, the CEO for Kenya Meteorology Services Authority, which is the newest baby in the ministry. It is yet to have a board, so the CEO will be making remarks in that respect. And the first one to go then will be Mr. Titus Korir. And the context, ladies and gentlemen, has been laid out on the 3 thematic areas. The first being the implementation of the constitutional values and principles of public service. The second is the improvement of performance and efficiency to optimal levels. And the third thematic area, as guided earlier on by Mr. Collins, is on providing premier services to the public, both qualitatively, quantitatively, and timely. So in that respect, I would request that Mr. Titus Korir speaks to the issue of the institutional framework, having observed that in enhancing the institutional framework in the Forest Department, a gap had been observed at the lower levels, and the CFAs were established. So in his remarks, I would wish that he speaks to how the participation of CFAs has enhanced decision-making at that level reduced land use conflict, natural resource management, and how it has aided in the overall achievement of the objectives of the State Department. Thank you. I request Chairman Mr. Titus Korir to take it up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chiwaka. I'm Titus Korir, the chairman of the Kenya Forest Service Board. And I would like to make a few remarks before I do that. The Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service, Mr. Felix Koskei, the Principal Secretary, State Department of Environment and Climate Change, Dr. Engineer Festus Ngeno, the Principal Secretary, State Department of Forestry, Mr. Kitonga Mugambi, our CCF, Mr. Alex Makoko, senior officials of the State Department and Forestry, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Now, it is my distinct honor to join you today during this important engagement with the Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service. May I also, on behalf of the Kenya Forest Service, pass my sincere appreciation for this platform, an opportunity to engage in the process and streamline our service delivery with that of the broader public service for the benefit of our employer, the Kenyan people. I must at this onset applaud the engagement process, which is a unique and effective means by which the Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service can get direct and unfiltered feedback from various public institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, this engagement has come at a critical time for the forest sector. As you are aware, Kenya Forest Service is charged with conservation, management, development, and sustainable utilization of forest and allied resources, current and for current and future generation. In furtherance to this mandate, the service, with the guidance of the State Forest Department, currently spearheading the 15 billion tree growing program, flagship program under the National Landscape and Ecosystem Restoration Strategy, which aims to increase the country's tree cover to over 30% by the year 2032. This initiative, which is being championed by none other than His Excellency the President, no doubt is a realization of critical role the forests play in anchoring all the key sectors and in the economy. Our forests are responsible for sustaining the key economic drives, including agriculture, food security, energy, tourism, wildlife, construction industry, and other eco-tourism. Chief of Staff, sir, the realization of this ambitious yet critical importance target cannot be the responsibility of the Kenya Forest Service alone, or even the State Department alone. It is shared responsibility for every responsible Kenyan, be they individuals or corporate. It is for this reason that I would like to appreciate my ministry, led by the CS, championing the whole government and a whole society approach that has seen Kenyans from all walks of life come together for the tree growing and forest conservation. The country is experiencing a renewed awakening and appreciation for the forest conservation. Indeed, His Excellency the President has, on several occasions, personally led very successful tree growing activities. As a service, we have taken up our role as a lead agency in this process with zeal. With the leadership of the board and the support of the State Department, we are in the process of upgrading and expanding our nurseries across the country so that they can be able to produce the huge number of seedlings required for this campaign. May I once again most sincerely thank the President for roping in additional manpower for the producing seedlings from National Youth Service. They will greatly complement our efforts in those and those of our stakeholders, including the community, forest service associations, and assist us in raising at least 1 billion seedlings annually for the campaign. And as you have mentioned, sir, and emphasized that success is not raising the seedlings, but ensuring survival of these seedlings to maturity. Dear colleagues, the service to operate optimally and for it to effectively deliver its mandate, it needs a well-resourced workforce. To this end, we continue to work on filling the gaps and establish while improving the welfare of our staff. As you mentioned, the moderator, you wanted me to emphasize the issues of CFAs. The CFAs throughout the country have performed, I would say, fairly well in assisting us in managing the plantations, where they have been allocated areas to grow their crops, particularly the low-lying crops, potatoes, beans, cabbages, so that they can earn a livelihood. And I must emphasize that they have also assisted in making sure that there is less illegal entry into the forest areas. And in other areas, particularly during the drought, they have assisted us in making sure that we control fires in our forests. So we feel that they are doing a good job, and they are also benefiting out of the forests. We have, however, just completed now the promotion of our staff who has been in acting position for a long time, and we hope that this will go a long way in boosting the morale of our staff, even as we look forward to motivate the remaining of our staff. Chief of Staff, sir, even as we take pride in making strides for continued to make in the service, there is still a number of challenges which persist, which have continued to impede the effective delivery of our mandate, as you have clearly elaborated, in which we promise to action. Key among them is the fiscal constraints that we have slowed down, which have slowed down the implementation of some of our programs. For a long time, our primary source of revenue, which is plantation forests, has been affected by factors beyond our control. These include interference from civil society and subsequent litigation.
Chairman, you've used 9 minutes.
Okay, may I conclude
30
by
seconds,
saying,
maybe for somebody.
Okay, as we have listened to the guidance of the insight from the Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service today, I urge all of us to reflect on how we can strengthen our individual collective contribution to national development and effective action on all the shortcomings mentioned by the Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service. Let us also commit ourselves to public service and delivery of mandate, which is critical core of development. With those few remarks, I thank you for and look forward to a productive engagement today. Thank you for the chance you have given me, Wanamogo.
Thank you, Chairman, Mr. Korir. The next one is Lieutenant General Walter Koipaton. 3 minutes.
They had not.
Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service, Honorable Felix Osgeisa, Principal Secretaries.
Chairman, switch on your camera kindly.
Is blocked by the host.
Proceed, Chairman.
Am I audible? Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service, Honorable Felix Osgeisa, Principal Secretaries, State Department for Forestry, Mr. Mugambi, Principal Secretary, State Department for Environment and Climate Change, Engineer Festus Ngendo, fellow chairman and directors, chief executive officers, senior staff, senior officials and staff, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Allow me to give the institutional overview of the Carefree. Kenya Forestry Research Institute was established in 1986 and currently operates under the Science, Technology and Innovation Act 2013. It is proposed to be fully anchored under the Forest Conservation and Management Bill 2025 as the national agency responsible for forestry research. Carefree, therefore, has mandates to include research in forestry and allied natural resources, technology development and dissemination, capacity building and advisory services, partnership with national and the county governments, communities, academia, and the private sector. Carefree work supports national and international commitments, including the Constitution of Kenya 2010, Vision 2030, MTP4, the Government Better Agenda, and National Forestry Program 2016-2030, as well as AFR 100, the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, and the United Nations Decade on Ecosystem Restoration. In national coverage and research delivery, Carefree delivers research through 4 thematic research areas. One is forest productivity, tree health and improvement, forest biodiversity, environment and climate change, forest products and enterprise development, and socioeconomic policy and governance. The research is implemented in 6 ecological regions through 20 active research centers and 7 proposed centers, which ensure national and countrywide reach. And this is important because this is where the rubber meets the road. The key strategic contributions here by Carefree is the 15 billion tree growing program. Carefree remains a central pillar in the implementation of the government's 15 billion tree growing program. The Institute produces and supplies approximately 80% of all quality tree seeds used nationally. Annual production target of 100 metric tons of certified seed through tree breeding, seed orchards, tree tissue culture, and indigenous seed systems. 18 tree seed centers established countrywide are to improve access to quality plant planting materials. We have also procured 7 vehicles to enhance tree collection. An economic projection of carefree contribution in the 15 billion tree program entails assuming 70% of survival of these 15 billion trees and sold at a conservative fee of say
Chairman,
5,000.
sorry, you have 1 minute, Chairman.
I think on technology and innovation development and deployment of Jasamitive application for special site matching, nursery registration, and tracking of trees growing process. On forest health and climate resilience, successful biological control of major forest pests in invasive species, including cypress, aphid, eucalyptus, pine, wood, and prosposis, as discussed earlier by our peers. I think on livelihoods and nature-based solutions, we encourage promotion of value chain in bamboo, gums, and resins, medicinal plants, fruits, and multiple forest products. In the national standing, Carefree has almost 40 years of collaboration with JICA in forestry research and capacity building and infrastructure development. I think of importance also to mention is that Kenya was awarded a bid to host the 27th IUFRO World Congress in 2029, the first time the event will be held in Africa. I think in the interest of time, their priorities here are like enhanced and predictable funding support for forest research and tree seed systems is important, and fast-tracking enhancement of the Forest Conservation and Management Amendment Bill 2025 to anchor Carefree fully as a body corporate, and also targeted investment in county-level infrastructure and farmer resource centers. In conclusion, Carefree is a strategic national institution underpinning Kenya's climate action, landscape restoration, and green economic growth agenda, strengthening its legal framework, financing, and infrastructure is essential to successfully deliver the 15 billion tree growing program and national restoration targets. I want to underscore the works of the head of public service on issues of integrity and compliance, that we all commit to this because as government institutions, we are charged with that responsibility fully. I thank you.
Thank you, Chairman, for those remarks. You've also done 9 minutes. The next one is the Chairman, NEMA, and in line with improving public services, both qualitatively and quantitatively. As you make your remarks, Chairman, I would wish that you speak to the play between the institutional, political, and socio-economic factors and how they impact on enforcement and compliance within NEMA. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Bonamongo. The Chief of Staff, who is our convener today, our two principal secretaries, my colleague chairs, directors of various boards in the ministry, CEOs, all protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to start by thanking you, the Chief of Staff.
Chairman, you are not on video.
Sorry. Allow me, Chief of Staff, to thank you for convening us this morning. It is an unprecedented occasion for us in the public sector to have an opportunity to engage at the highest level of government. Chief of Staff, I must confess that this is my first in my 39 years in public service to see a meeting where we are all engaging the governments at the highest level. This meeting, therefore, Chief of Staff, is a clear demonstration that Kenya Kwanza government has its staff at the core of its operations, that we are an important cog in the strategy in our journey to the future beyond Singapore as guided by our president. Sir, through you, I wish to convey NEMA's warmest regards to His Excellency the President for entrusting us in NEMA to provide a clean and healthy environment to all of us. As you are aware, sir, NEMA has come a long way, and it's still claiming its space in the environment arena. We shall be celebrating our Silver Jubilee next year, chief guest. We will be 25 years old next year, and possibly we shall be inviting you to come and celebrate with that great milestone. As you are aware, sir, the environment sector is wide, hence NEMA's mandate is also very wide. At NEMA, we are regulating air, water, soil, biodiversity, and I think my PS did a good job to enumerate this. At the authority, I want to report that we have staff with requisite skills, and measures have been put in place for continuous skills updates to meet the challenge. To borrow from what Collins presented earlier, the software at NEMA is up to date and continuously being updated. What Chief of Staff we are doing currently as a board is intentionally fixing and panel beating the hardware so that NEMA can deliver its mandates. Recently, sir, we have rolled out ENVIS and an ERP program that will ensure that our clients can get services at the comfort of their offices, at the comfort of their homes. This will minimize interaction between our staff and our service seekers, and therefore the issue that you addressed earlier of corruption, of favoritism, is going to be eliminated by digitizing our services, chief guest. Now, the advent of devolution brought its own challenges. Two of the most sensitive and customer-facing functions, and this is waste management and noise and excessive vibration on the other side, were devolved to the counties. As you are aware, and you mentioned to this, your chief guests, the main challenge is that the violation of these functions, basically it is us in NEMA who are cited by our clients. You mentioned clubs. There are faith-based organizations like churches and stuff who are disturbing people. I have heard loudly your message, Chief of Staff, and as a board, we are going to strategize on how to deal with that issue as you have ably guided. Sir, NEMA is operating with a staff complement of about 470 against an ideal of about 1,200 with presence up to the county level, as opposed to the ideal situation where it should be operational at the sub-county level. This has its challenges, and in our current strategic plan as a board, we are addressing this challenge progressively as our financial positions improves through the operationalization of the regulations as cited earlier by the Principal Secretary. This is in an effort to wean ourselves from National Treasury. Indeed, we have given ourselves a target of when we should completely be weaned from National Treasury by enhancing the polluter pays principle. And I have heard you, chief guests, loudly and clearly on the 7 areas of concern and the recommendations that you have provided us. And I intentionally want to make this as an agenda in my next board meeting so that we can clearly strategize on how to respond to the challenges and also on how to implement the recommendations that you have given us. As a board, last week, as we inaugurated, as we launched ourselves, we talked about Article 12 of the MCA. Chief of Staff Article 12 is probably going to be the game changer for NEMA. This is the powers in respect of lead agencies without violating the directive on litigation between and within governments. I'm saying this, Chief of Staff, because NEMA as a regulator operates majorly through the lead agencies. And as soon as we operationalize Article 12, then we shall be good to go. So allow me to conclude with the following requests. Number one, that NEMA is operating from a congested office list to us by KWS. I think I have mentioned this to yourself before. I will be requesting your intervention so that we have identified a place, and I think there are letters that are available, and we just need your intervention with the Ministry of Industrialization, and then we can have some space. Number two, chief guest, through the DG, we are pursuing the leasing of vehicles, and again, we will be seeking your intervention on this. Finally, sir, as a board, we have planned and requested for some small seed capital to operationalize staff mortgage and loans scheme. This is important for raising staff morale and for productivity. When you grant my board an appointment, because I'm requesting that you give us a short appointment of 15, 20 minutes, we shall update you on this. The board also has the staff, have requested this, and we want to provide it to them. With that, I want to say that we are up to the task, your chief guest, that on the areas that are core, wetland management, and the areas that the moderator has indicated, we have sat down, made interventions, and we, as the new board, we are on target to achieve that. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Chairman, Mr. Emilio Mugo. The next one, our chief guest will be the Chairperson, National Environment Tribunal, Mr. Emmanuel Mumie. And as he makes his remarks, I would wish that he also speaks to how the tribunal navigates the jurisdictional conflicts, especially on emerging challenges with other courts like ELC. Thank you. Mr. Mumia, please.
Thank you, Mongo, to our chief guest, the chief of staff and the head of public service, the two principal secretaries within this ministry for forestry, Honorable Gitonga Mugambi, and Dr. Engineer Festus Ngeno for environment and climate change, to the colleague chairs, CEOs, and all the staff within the across the 5 sagas. I'm most privileged to be in this convocation this morning on behalf of the National Environment Tribunal. The tribunal it takes pride of place, uniquely so, within the ministry, since it executes quasi-judicial function. It does this on the premises of Section 125 of the Environment Management and Coordination Act, although the mandate of the NET cuts across 3 other statutes. That is the Forest Management and Conservation Act, the Wildlife Conservation and Management Act, and the Climate Change Act. And therefore, taken together with the theme of revitalization and re-energization of respective sectors in the public service in the interest of optimization of performance for quality and timely service delivery to the public, I tend to believe that this could not be more pertinent at this juncture in our nation's development. It is a call for us to introspect and to undertake strategic renewal and commitment to the citizens who we serve. At the National Environment Tribunal, our mandate places us at the intersection of environmental justice, land rights, and public accountability. We are acutely aware that the quality and timelines of our decisions carry direct consequences for communities, investors, and the Kenya's natural heritage. Every delayed ruling, every procedural inefficiency, and every institutional gaps translates into a denial of justice and erodes public confidence in the organs of the state. When it comes to revitalization, in our considered view, we begin with an honest institutional assessment. We are willing to examine our processes critically, identify where systemic inefficiencies have taken root, where resource allocation has not matched mandate, and where leadership has perhaps been insufficient in driving transformation. We will do that not as an exercise in blame, but for purposeful accountability. When it comes to re-energization, on the other hand, it is a leadership imperative. It demands that those of us entrusted with the stewardship of public institutions will lead with commitment, as has been enunciated by the Chief of Staff and the Head of Public Service, and complicate a compelling vision to our teams and foster an organizational culture in which excellence is not the exception, but the standard. And that, I think, also speaks to what Colin spoke of, the software, working on the software and the hardware for purposes of achieving the Singapore dream. As we participate in this engagement, permit me to encourage all the participants to approach the sessions not merely as a compliance exercise, but as a genuine opportunity for transformation, so that as we move beyond diagnosis and be deliberate towards concrete institutional commitment with measurable targets, streamlined service delivery framework, and accountability mechanisms that we can report against the progress. We understand that the Kenya's development agenda demands a public service that is agile, responsive, and deeply committed to the public good. And therefore, even as we sit at the net to dispense justice, which, as the Head of Public Service said, it has to be fair, equitable, impartial, and towards reducing the backlog. I want to confirm to this meeting that we have trudged towards that direction. And perhaps maybe to mention that when you look at the interface of environmental justice, it plays a critical role on the issues of housing, issues of healthcare, issues of digital superhighway, infrastructure, and even manufacturing. And therefore, our role ensures that as much as there is a bottom-up economic transformation agenda, the same is fostered with social transformation through the access to justice. As I conclude, just to comment on the question that Mongo has posed to me on how to navigate the jurisdictional challenges vis-a-vis the role of the ELC. I think it's quite straightforward that the jurisdiction of the net is premised under section 129.1 and 129.2 of the MCA. The role of the ELC is supposed to be appellate. They receive and entertain appeals from decisions of the net, as well as decisions that we do pursuant to the Forest Management Act, premised on Section 72, and the Climate Change Act, premised on Section 23H, and the Wildlife Conservation and Management Act premise on Section 25(6). I think, Mongo, for the benefit of the members sitting of the chief guest and colleagues on this convocation this morning, what we see sometimes is a situation where there is overreach, where the ELC will want to grab a little bit of the net jurisdiction, but net is supposed to be the first port of call. It is a tribunal for purposes of reducing the technicality that are in court. So I think the challenges are being handled properly well at the moment. We exercise our mandate within the narrow confines of Section 129, and then the ELC is left to deal with appeals. What has happened is you find litigants citing constitutional provisions as the basis upon which to challenge questions that touch on environmental justice. It is on that they find a window to go to the ELC as opposed to starting with the net. I think with that, I'll beg to stop there, and of course to remain most grateful to the chief guest for organizing and giving us a platform to interact this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Mumia. And lastly, Head of Public Service, I'll call on the CEO, Kenya Meteorology Service Authority. And as he makes his remarks, I would wish that he also speaks to, having observed that the forecasts are very accurate nowadays, or near accurate, and that we appreciate. There appears still to be a gap between the forecast, the receipt of the advisories, and the implementation, especially at local levels. So maybe he also speaks to that as he makes his remarks. Mr. Muriuki, please.
Thank you, Moderator. Thank you, Head of Public Service and Chief of Staff, the two principal secretaries, chairpersons of SAGAs, heads of departments, colleagues, good morning. Allow me, Chief of Staff, to begin by expressing our gratitude to His Excellency the President for assenting to the Meteorology Bill on 13th of March 2026. It's worth noting that the process to transform Kenya Met Department into an authority began over 25 years ago, and we are grateful that that journey that began 25 years ago has finally come to an end. We are grateful for the support we have received from your office, and we continue to request for support as we embark on the development of regulations, policies, and other administrative instruments that will operationalize the transition. The core mandate of our authority is the provision of weather and climate services for the safety of lives and livelihoods, protection of property, and conservation of the natural environment. We have a total of 513 staff spread across the 47 counties. And as our PS mentioned, and as also indicated in the chat section, we are severely understaffed, and we would kindly request for your intervention. We also have observational network spread across the 47 counties, and we shall be embarking on modernization of this infrastructure to ensure that our services are top of the range. I am pleased to report that our forecasts have become very accurate, as even the moderator has mentioned, and that there is growing demand and use for our products. We appreciate this. This is because we have ensured that over the years, we embrace the principle of continuous improvement. On the question that has been posed by the moderator, Chimwaga, yes, there is a gap, and this is what necessitated the development of the National Framework for Climate Services that we launched last year. This framework identifies several stakeholders, and it seeks to improve the coordination and also the provision of services at various sectors. So it seeks to improve how the services, the production of Met services, all the way to dissemination. So the gap that you have mentioned will be addressed. The early warning for all is also a UN initiative that seeks to ensure that every person on Earth is protected from climate hazards by the year 2027. And we launched our roadmap, and this will also ensure that once our products are released, they get to the intended user. It seeks to identify and enhance collaboration and dissemination of this information, and even understanding, use, and application of our products, which will eventually address what the moderator has posed. So mine is to thank the Chief of Staff for this platform, and which is the first of its kind, as it has been mentioned by others. And we look forward to other future engagements like this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Muriuki, for your remarks and managing time very well. That then, Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service brings us to the end of that session. The next one is on the plenary reactions, and these are the instructions that I have as at now, that members to continue using the Q&A platform for any more questions. We have also requested that the panelists and the team at Harambee keep on crafting responses for each of the questions that have been posted there. And we will still continue with that exercise, and we will not do the plenary for all those questions. So in that respect, Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service, I would like to take this opportunity to invite the PS Engineer Festus Ngeno to make his closing remarks, and then he will invite the PS Forestry, Mr. Gitonga Mugambi, to also make his closing remarks before he invites you. PS Ngeno, please.
Thank you so much, Mongo. Thank you for moderating that session quite well. Our Chief Guest, Head of Public Service, Honorable Felix Koske, allow me to make closing remarks and to just indicate that we've had your sentiments, and of course, as alluded by quite a number of the various chairmen and of the parastatals, integrity and gaps that we need to address, especially on the licensing processes, and I'm happy that NEMA have taken cue on that, and that we need to focus on impacts rather than activities, and that we need to, in all our initiatives, we need to look at people-centeredness instead of looking at the programs as it were, and that on data management and even the 7 items that you've alluded, Chair and Sir, we need to look at how we can be able to integrate that. And that the whole of government, all of society approach is also critical, and to avoid silo mentality, and that has been the rallying call of the entire ministry, both the state departments, and that we need to focus on the Kenyan citizens. And that's how we need to focus on alignment on better, that integrity and accountability plus efficiency at the core of our responsibility, and especially on the prudent management of our policy, our resources or public resources, and that monitoring and evaluation should be core. And that as we on the journey to Singapore, which is a presidential journey directed by all of us, and as alluded by your office, we look forward to your support in the various other things that we made request to you, and that we will deliver the Singapore dream together. And as I conclude, allow me, sir, to indicate that there are 2 important aspects that we are focusing on as a State Department, especially through National Environment Management Authority and the SAGAs in the State Department. That on the Nairobi River Generation Program, we are part and parcel of the implementation, and we will deliver our mandate as alluded and within the board of Nairobi Rivers Commission, and also update you on the national government and the Nairobi City County Cooperation Agreement, that we are sharing the environmental aspect or pillar together with my colleague PS Mugambi. We are delivering with the CC in charge of environment in Nairobi County, And we are working to make sure that that cooperation agreement, that we make the city of Nairobi the environmental capital as it were in our journey to Singapore. And that you've alluded in terms of what the role of NEMA, in terms of riparian areas and the wetlands, and that lastly on the carbon markets, and I want to agree with you, sir, that you've stood with us on that aspect, that when we needed to do the right thing, especially on the carbon markets, on the protection of the citizens and protection of the communities, that we did the right thing. And I want to applaud all the staff that are working in that directorate, that the right thing is to make sure that we climb down in terms of understanding what carbon markets is, and at the end of the day, we follow the law to the latter. And sir, you've been really, really supportive of the same. And I've asked my staff that we do the right thing in writing, and that whatever that you do will be part and parcel of your legacy. Allow me to close, Chair, sir, and then tell you thank you so much for convening us as a State Department, as a ministry. We truly appreciate the role that your office plays, and for your guidance all the time, that when we are stuck at some point, especially for us as PSS, that we have a call, that your office is open to us, that we can make a call to you. You've heard the sentiments from the chairman of the various parastatals, and that your open door policy has been the key thing that we've been delivering, that you've been providing unto us. I want to wish you all the very best, and also thank the staff that have joined. Allow me now to bring on board my colleague PS Mugambi to make his closing remarks. Asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki.
Thank you so much, Ngeno, for taking us that far. Allow me once again to thank the Head of Public Service for finding it necessary to convening this meeting, which is historic in the sense that since independence, this is the first time we are having a Head of Public Service who is directly speaking to the staff from the highest to the lowest. And we, once again, don't take it for granted. The same has been echoed by Chair of NEMA, Mugo, who said for that 8 years, this is the first time for him to see this. So for me, what I'm saying, colleagues, let's take it with the seriousness that it deserves, and know that wherever we are working in this country, we are highly recognized and valued, and we need to bring the same value to other Kenyan citizens from the good service that we should be giving. At the same time also, I truly recognize what the head of service you told us. You have just told us very clearly the importance of our sector in terms of contribution to the economy, in terms of the environmental, in terms of the various benefits in which are brought to the environment by our sector. And as such, we have to take it seriously and move our work with all the dedication that is required. At the same time, we have listened to you very carefully, and we have been able to get from you the various gaps that you would wish that we address. For me, I assure you, we'll move with speed, and we will ensure that these gaps are a thing of the past. For KFS, I believe you have been listening to me. I believe you have been listening to the Head of Public Service, and he has enumerated about 5 areas where we need to address the need to address the issue of fellies. This is where communities farming in the forest, ensuring that it's done with decorum and with honor and effectiveness. At the same time, also the area of income. How much are we generating from the sale of trees? How do we minimize completely and eliminate various complaints which are coming out of the sale of trees? Legal issues. he has elaborated very carefully and in detail that we need to be more serious in the way we are addressing the legal issues within the institution. We seem to be losing almost everything that goes to the court, and we need to reverse that. At the same time, the communication and the image that we are giving to our institution, we need to address it and improve it so that we have good image in the front of other citizens. At the same time, he has also talked a bit about carefree, the seed. We need to improve our seed quality. At the same time, also, we need to carry out research that put some wealth and economic development to our Kenyans. At the same time, also, at the State Department, the head of public service has said we need as staff to really appreciate that we have jobs and work with decorum and minimize the issue or eliminate the issue of entitlement in these positions. Rather, we take it as a privilege and serve Kenyans with decorum, and also eliminate and even do consultations than always lashing to court over issues which are not there. At the same time, also, allow me also to say that recognize the various issues which the end of public service has raised, especially the issue of aligning our activities to the government agenda. This one, we must do it, we must adhere, and we must be aligned. In case there's anything that is remaining in that area of alignment, I call upon my colleagues. We have been doing this so that we finalize and we be fully compliant. At the same time, he has called upon us to be more efficient and more resilient in the way we are serving the citizens of this country. At that point, I would also wish to thank the head of public service more for being one of the lead persons in this country to adapt forest in the view of making sure our forests are brought back to the status they're supposed to be. I know at the end of public service, you are in the process of adopting a forest somewhere in Nandi, which we are really encouraging, and we know that forest which is degraded very soon, it is going to be worked on and it will come back to what it's supposed to be. Having said that, allow me to sincerely thank also the people within the end of public service, leader, Kinamwaniki, and others who have really made this meeting, which is very important to happen, to take place. And I look forward for us having more engagement as we move forward. But before I finish, let me promise you and assure you, the end of public service, that after this meeting, as early as tomorrow, I personally, as the PS of this State Department, I will be engaging my institutions, especially KFS and Carefree, so that together we can address the concerns that have been raised with a view of ensuring smooth and efficient running of these institutions. So with that, allow me at this juncture to return the whole thing to Mr. Osia for further direction and move us forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, PS Gitonga, PS Dr. Ngeno, chairs, CEOs, senior officers, all members who have been engaged in today's virtual session. As we wait for the head of public service to finish an urgent call, I just want to take us back to two words: revitalization and re-energization. Revitalization and re-energization. That is the key reform initiative that the head of public service is reminding us about. It's nothing new. You have the energy, you have the structure, you have the equipment, you have the competence. Please re-energize ourselves, revitalize ourselves, and that is why the head of public service has taken time to do this engagement across the entire civil service. I want to tell you that we had an engagement with all the primary school headmasters in this country and all the secondary school principals, and the outcome was wonderful. It is therefore my prayer that in the conservation sector, and you saw the way the head of civil service did mention certain aspects of what you observe when you overfly our conservation areas. It may look normal to some of us wherever we are, but you can see that observation. It tells you that you have to re-energize yourself. You have to look at revitalization. How do we, in terms of going forward? With those remarks, I can see it may take quite a bit of time before the head of civil service comes back. Let me take this opportunity to thank all of you most sincerely. Please, let's cascade the message. Let's cascade the message. With those many remarks, thank you very much for attending this meeting, and God bless all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Osia. So I would wish to call upon Dr. Seli Kimosop, Secretary Environment from the State Department for Environment and Climate Change, to give a closing prayer. Dr. Seli, please.
Thank you.
Dr. Seli, you're on mute. Ask the colleagues close to you to mute their devices, and then you go ahead.
Kimaga, can you hear me? I want to
hear you, Dr. We can hear you.
Maybe you can speak for question. Which one? This one. Okay, let us pray. Father, in the name of Jesus Christ, we come before you this evening. We thank you for guiding us throughout this session. We thank you for the insights that we have shared on optimizing our performance in delivering quality and timely service. We are grateful for the wisdom bestowed upon our leaders, oh Lord. We thank you for the Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service. Father, we thank you for our PSS, for the past. We thank you for our chairpersons and board of directors, the CEOs, and all staff in the ministry and even in our circles, oh Father. We thank you for them. As we conclude this session, oh Father, we ask for your continued guidance and strength. Help us to put into practice what we have discussed today, oh Lord. Even the guidance that we have received from the head of public service, we pray that you are going to help us put it into practice. Grant us discipline, dedication, and spirit of excellence in all that we do so that our efforts may truly reflect your purpose. Lord, may you empower each one of us to serve with integrity, humility, and compassion. Bless our work and the teams involved, that we may achieve our goals and make a positive impact on the communities we serve. Almighty Father, your word reminds us in Genesis 1 verse 26 that you made mankind in your own likeness so that they may rule over the fish in the sea, the birds in the sky, over the livestock everywhere, and over all the earth itself and every living creature that moves along it. Help us, O Lord, to be faithful stewards of this precious gift you entrusted on us, and ensuring sustainability and protection for the future generation. Father, we seek to be responsive, efficient, and citizen-centric in our service delivery. May our efforts be aligned with your will, and may our actions bring meaningful impact to the communities, improving their lives and fostering development. We trust in your promise in Philippians 4 verse 13 that I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. Fill us with your wisdom and grace as we move forward, ensuring that our service is efficient, effective, and always aimed at excellence. Thank you for your presence among us. May your peace and guidance be with us now and always. In Jesus' name we pray and believe. Amen. Thank you. The conclusion.
So thank you, Madam Seli, for that closing prayer. And ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. Have a good day. Thank you.